Hi, YouTube. Welcome on in. Hey, I hope you're actively taking good care of yourself. Just know that if you're lonely or you're going through something, you are loved, you are cared for. And I hope that you know that there is a community here that absolutely loves you for who you are and will not judge you for anything as to what you're going through. You know, we're here for you and in that regard. And I just want to say thank you all so much for being a part of this journey with me. It's been absolutely phenomenal. And I hope that you guys have enjoyed your time with me. Legitimately. I hope that you guys have taken something away from the psychological analysis, from sitting down, looking at the characters, the environment, all of this stuff. Like, legitimately, I hope that it's helped you out a little bit, even if being a little less lonely out there in the inner worlds. I can't thank you all enough. It really means a lot having such an amazing community and a lot of you guys coming on through. So thank you. Arigato gozaimasu. Thank you for joining us in this finale. And I think a big one is, hey, if you're joining us and you're watching this, we're doing a subathon. We're going to be doing a bunch of anime and video games and stuff like that, like Deltarune probably, if it gets voted on. So if you guys want your voices to be heard as to what we should analyze next, make sure to join the Discord and let us know. Straight up. And if you guys want to support the channel, leave a like, comment, share, subscribe. That horror deal, it means the world, especially as I'm like, my goal is to one day hit like 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, and keep growing and being, sort of that comfort streamer for a lot of you guys, or comfort creator for a lot of you guys. So please make sure to leave a like, comment, subscribe, and come and join us, especially for future analysis. Now, with that being said, if you don't know who I am by now, I'm the guy that's been going crazy since episode 1, day after day after day after day after day after day, breaking down everything. We've gone through so many different theorems. We've literally gone through like, oh, the door is a lie. There is no exit. The void is an exit. What is the void? There are brain scans, and this is an fMRI of their actual brain capacity. We've literally like sat there and talked a little bit about like what abstraction can mean, how it impacts the ecological center of supports, right? We've gone through all of this like time and time again, and I'm scared. I am so scared. I am legitimately, like, I am so scared because I don't know how this is going to end. And I'm so scared because I've gotten emails. I'm not going to go into what the emails say because there are people out there whose subtitles and stuff is crazy, absolutely insane, And ultimately, hate to put it this way, I'm an Undertale Deltarune fan. I can't read. So... So I leave that up to the mods to go through. But I will say, when it comes to stuff like that, I always want the content of what is being said to be what we analyze. Not so much, what people are trying to go ahead and push. And I will say this, we are a community that is inclusive and a safe space for everyone. And we do not tolerate, any form of hate speech, any form of intolerance, especially towards all my individuals, all my friends, my non-binary pals, and the individuals on the LGBTQ spectrum. Understood? I hate to put it this way, but if you absolutely, for whatever reason, you're just not tolerant enough of other individuals around you, then this might not be the space for you in that regard. Because this is, first off, it's Pride Month. Happy Pride Month. And second off, right, second off, one of the big elements of this is like where we support and we love everyone. That is the key instance that I'm going to go ahead and throw out there, when it comes to this, just a friendly highlight on this as an individual that's Demi themselves and a psychologist. Welcome to a friendly space is the best way for me to put it. Yeah, happy Pride Month. All right, easy. There you go. Hey, so I've heard that some stuff has dropped. So we're going to watch it in order here of what my mods want us to go ahead and see. And let's jump right into it, shall we? Oh, God, here we go. First one. Oh, thank you. This reminds me of like some of the kiddos that I would do group therapy with that were like very, very much on the spectrum. That was like, hold on. That was very much like, do the roar. They would come up to me and they were just like, do the roar. Do the roar. Ed, do the roar. Personal space, what's that? That's all they would say. For whatever reason, that was their way of like trying to connect with me, and I'm like, sure, right? But they would run up to me and just be like, do the roar, Ed. Like, hi, welcome on through. Oh, that's great. You got games on your forum? Hey! What?
Yep, there. You see? I knew they'd make this weird. Yeah, I can't do this.
Oh, wait, what?
Pregnant! Yep, there. You see? I knew they'd make this weird. Yeah. I can't do this.
Oh, wait, what?
What?
Yep, there. You see? I knew they'd make this weird. Yeah, I can't do this.
Now you guys know what I need. Hold on. Pregante. I like how him being elongated like this. You know, Kane being elongated and dancing is like, oh, nice dancing, right? Dance, you know. But why does he look like a Fortnite character? I feel like I would see this version of Kane in Fortnite or something. Oh, my bad. I keep forgetting. Like, why does he look like this? Is totally, like a version of Kane that I would see like on Fortnite or something. Yeah, I know my eyes. This isn't weird enough for him.
Yep, there. You see? I knew they'd make this weird. Yeah, I can't do this.
Oh, wait. What?
Please tell me that there is a version of Jax out there that is Pregante. Please tell me that there is a version of Jax out there. Probably. I'm just saying, if Kate's like, hey, you know what? I can't do this, and he dips, and it very much alludes to Jax. That definitely exists. Congratulations, Jax. Hey, yeah. Jax is just like, wait, what? Wait, on the internet? What? Yeah, there's fan art. I don't doubt it. All right, we're into the next one here. Who's the other parent? Probably Pomni. Gangle? Yeah, at this point, right? Oh no. Daddy Pomni. All right, we're on to the next one. How could... Ooh. Is Jax going through an aspect of psychosis here? Like, hold on. I know that we've seen a lot of allusions to it, but is the ending just from this is just from the I've talked about this before in the past. This is called the window of tolerance. Okay? This is called the window of tolerance. And in our everyday, we have peaks of anxiety and peaks that I would say of like depression, right? Highs and lows. We go up and we go low. And this is like on our everyday thing, you know? But usually when individuals start passing that line and coming up and down, there's an aspect called depersonalization and derealization. And at times that can lead towards aspects of psychosis, or even for a lot of individuals, usually leads them to go inpatient. You know, whenever you have individuals that are consistently hitting high highs and low lows, it can cause individuals to kind of separate themselves from the group. And even past that comes in a big aspect of this. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm going to start cooking with little information here, and I hope all of you are comfortable with that. Let's talk about Jax a little bit, because this is scaring me. Chat. Let's talk about Jax just a little bit here. Okay. Chat. I need you all to lock in. That one, this aspect right here, this right here, is sending a lot to me almost immediately here. And I've been thinking about all the characters since the last one. So I need you to lock in. We're working through this together. Chat. Let's talk about Jax. What can we infer about Jax? Haunter, thanks so much for the sub. Let's start off by talking about social support groups. Who does he currently have as a social support group, chat? We could say he's insecure at the moment. Yeah. Does he connect with others well? I would say that the only individual that we truly see him connect with in some capacity, time and time again, is probably Pomni, right? At the moment. So in general, whenever we look at him, we see that Jax tends to go ahead and ostracize himself or isolate himself from the group. He's always masking. Good catch. But let's work through this even harder. I love these terms, but these terms only describe a small aspect of him. Let's start off by talking a little bit about this. Let me pull this up. Hold on. Let's decode Jax together. What is the mask that he tries to wear, chat? What is he usually struggling with? The jester. Yes. Hater on the inside. Let's look at masking. All right, we have the jester and hater combo. Where pleasure, and by pleasure, a lot of things come to play. Pleasure means being able to be comfortable in yourself, being able to be comfortable in others, and being able to go ahead and say, hey, you know what? I know and am happy with myself and with others in that regard. So whenever we look at this element of jester and hater, right, which is the two masks, and pleasure's in the center, that's big. What else is there? Creator, destroyer? Sure. Innovation? What else? What else, chat? Magician, trickster, belonging? Everyman follower? Sure. What else? Chat! Hero, villain, mastery? Yeah, we can put that in there. Sure, what else? What else, chat? Control! Yeah, sure. We'll throw that in there. We'll rule our tyrant, right? I'm yelling at you guys so you guys are able to go ahead and keep up with it, right? Outlaw, criminal. I don't know. I'm thinking. Think about it this way. Y'all have already identified so many different aspects in here. For Jax. Where at times they might wear the mask of gesture hater if, pleasure is not necessarily in control for him. Where at times they might have to go ahead and wear that creator destroyer mask, right? Where if they don't feel like, if they're stuck or they don't feel like they can innovate or they can truly be themselves, they have to either become a creator or destroyer at times. Where if they don't feel like they're belonging, right, they might try and be the everyman or might end up following others, right? That hero villain mentality where if they don't have control of themselves, they would rather be a villain. If they can't control themselves, their form of thinking, their physical self, their body, whatever that may be. Ruler tyrant as well, another aspect of control, an outlaw criminal. Does Jax truly have freedom? And I don't necessarily mean freedom by being in the circus. That's one aspect of freedom. But freedom in self, chat. Does Jax believe that they are free? Or do they feel like they are shackled to societies and thinking patterns? In which case, it allows for the mask of a criminal, or otherwise known as the hurt people mentality to come through. Exactly, he attempts to reduce his identity. So, we're looking at a lot of different masks that an individual is wearing, and that a lot that when we take into consideration, they're struggling with this. And imagine this, right? What happens when all of this is being challenged? What happens when you might no longer belong? What happens when you might no longer be seen as an individual that can have any pleasure? Everything that you thought was real gets taken from you. You will always be known or seen as a villain. You will always be seen as a tyrant. You are a criminal. What happens where you believe that the world is asserting these beliefs onto yourself? What happens, not necessarily that it's true, but what happens when you start believing that all of these negative masks are true and it's the only thing out there? That's called the cognitive distortion. Let's bring that up because that's where we're going next. What are the cognitive distortions that we see in Jax? I can tell you one thing: mental filtering, polarized thinking. There you go. Minimization, blaming. There you go. What else? I wager it's everything. Could be everything. It really could be. I would agree with you on almost. He's great at putting words in other people's mouth, personalizing, blaming, catastrophizing. These cognitive distortions are at play because all of this is at play. So, if all of that is at play, chat, what do you think that means? It means that he's using defense mechanisms, but which ones, chat? Which ones is he using? Projection, displacement, defense mechanisms. Displacement. What else? Denial. Yes. What else? How about identification? Yeah. Identification. I just thought 100%. Sublimation, compensation. What do you think of that? Yep. There you guys go. And now we're putting it together. Compensation. Rationalization as well. Yes. There's one more in here that unfortunately doesn't get enough screen time. But we've seen him do it. Intellectualization. Anybody would know how to do this. I mean, anybody with the brain would be able to go ahead and, oh, we just got to take them out. It's so easy. Intellectualization is when you use your smarts as a defense mechanisms, right? Instead of your feelings. Instead of saying how you feel, you would rather use your logic to hide your, yeah. So the answer to which is yes. That makes sense. Correct, chat. Intellectualization, which is good because this means that we have a baseline foundation for this. We're meeting Jax where they're at with all of this. Even more so. What have you seen Jax use? This is the wheel of power and control. And we usually use this to talk with individuals that have been through a, domestic abuse or any sort of harassment or relationships where they don't see that the power and control has been taken from them. What has Jax used? Threats, physical violence, harmful, minimizing intimidation. Threats. Minimizing. What else? Intimidation. What else? What else, chat? Almost all. Exclusion. Harmful language. What else? Have we seen them harass any of the characters? Yeah. So this leads me to believe, considering that we see that a majority of this Jax is used, does Jax have any power or control in their life? No. Do you think that? Not really. He's giving themselves control. No, so they're over. Remember this phrase. This is why therapy is important. This is why therapy is important. Y'all ready? Hurt people hurt people. And oftentimes, when you're younger and you don't really have the capacity to fully understand what is happening in your world, when parents or caregivers or others hurt you and no one's taught you how to process that hurt correctly, you take that and you try and normalize it and you hurt others in the process. It's a cycle of abuse. And one of the big things in here is I don't want to infantilize. By the way, sorry, English is not necessarily my first language. Jax. Okay. I don't want to go ahead and baby anyone because at the end of the day, we're all human beings and we all have the capacity for good and we all have the capacity to do some messed up things, right? We all have the capacity to mess up. But when we look at aspects like this, abuse can be a vicious cycle that can lead towards individuals, especially when you see a lot of this missing. A lot of this comes usually from earlier on in age, unless something traumatic happens later on in life, where stuff was being missed and where something in this wheel was used against them earlier on in their life. Because ultimately, if you don't have that power and control and you don't feel secure in that power and control in your life, you try and exert it on others because, hey, that's what you would do, right? Ultimately, it was done to you, so why wouldn't you do it to others? That's the mentality that a lot of people get into. Exactly. Ending abuse before, and that's what I'm saying is like if you recognize a lot of this, right? Know that like number one, please have a support network next to you. It is extremely important to have people that you love and care about you be there for you. But at the same time, seek out professional help in your area. I am a psychologist. I'm just not your psychologist, and I always want to clarify that. In that element because I'm looking at this and it's scaring me a little bit, especially for Jax, especially seeing how he's acting or what it showed in that trailer right there. Ooh, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. We're on to the other side of the whiteboard. Chat. What type of emotional manipulation have we seen Jax use? Denial, lying, What else? Gaslighting, yes. What else? Tell me, moving goalposts? What else, chat? Passive aggression, yes. What else? Stereotyping, yep. Targeting insecurity, yep. So now we've confirmed that this is an individual that has tried emotional manipulation tactics. And at some point in time, especially if, again, that power and control has been taken from you, or you feel like you don't have any power and control, you're trying to do anything to try and get it back, right? What is his attachment style? What is Jax's attachment style? What is his attachment style, chat? Avoidant dismissive or avoidant fearful, or both? Is he dismissive and fearful? Not secure. He's not secure 100%, you know? Both. Both is good. That's called ambiguous, right? Where it's somewhere in the line in there. Fearful, avoidant? Probably both, yes. So we have a dismissive, avoidant attachment style, which makes me wonder, how is Jax's relationship, genuine relationship with his parents? And with growing up with people? Because I'm looking at this, and immediately when I start seeing individuals that are avoidant dismissive, that are going through a lot of this stuff, it's making me wonder if they did not have a good relationship with their parents or with caregivers in general, to a point where they start dismissive and being fearful of genuine connection with others, because maybe trying to connect with caregivers at some point in time led to them being hurt. And that cycle of abuse that we were talking about started propagating from that. So because caregivers did not really care, or maybe like tried to shove whatever aspect of themselves onto children, which we often see, it creates this dismissive, fearful attachment onto others, you know? There could be 101 ways, Buttery, of what ways you think the relationship had issues. Legitimately, a lot of individuals seem to think, like, for example, I'm going to ask this, and a very serious question. If you guys could, what is one thing that you wish your parents had done differently in your life? I'll be honest with mine is, you know what? I really wish that my parents showed up to more of my events during middle school, high school. I'm pretty sure that would have meant a lot in that manner, as opposed towards anything or everything else. And for example, what does that mean for you, you know? To stop drinking, that's one, right? Not hit me as a kid, that's another one. That's a big one, you know? Gotten any praise? That's huge, yeah. Teach you basic hygiene? Yeah, that's another one, you know? Let me cry. And how did that affect you today, right? So think about it, right? And this is already showcasing to you guys, if just asking this question, right, already can bring up these feelings, these emotions, all of these things. Now imagine everything that is hidden behind just that layer. This is only a simple question to ask there, right? But now imagine if we were to ask, you know what? Like, for example, another question that I could ask is, would younger you be proud of where you are today? Are you happy where you are right now? Or do you feel like maybe you got lost in the sauce of life and you're still trying to find yourself and what you're going to do? And if you are proud of where you are today, was there a period in time where you were struggling with identity and with self along the way? You know, when we think about these, right, how does it relate to Jax? How does it relate to all of this? Well, imagine going through this, right? Going through an aspect where your caregivers might not be giving you the best attention, might not necessarily be there for you, or might just disconnect from you entirely. I've seen parents that just don't want to be around their kids for whatever reason, right? And all of a sudden, it's like, how do you know what a secure relationship is? Even with yourself, how do you know what your own self is? Which brings up this next one. Sorry, chat. I don't know if I'm overdoing it, and let me go ahead and say this. I might be overcooking here. I really do. I really might be overcooking here by going really, really in depth in this. And I know it's been over 40 minutes, 50 minutes. But I hope you guys enjoy this, and I hope you guys are enjoying this breakdown on Jax, just because we saw that little bit of a trailer there. So I hope you guys are okay with that. Which leads to this, right? Where did this go into? When did this first start? When did this first start? When did his world start falling apart in this regard? That's the question to ask. Is it infancy, early childhood, preschool, school age? When did this first start, chat? I would probably bet to say infancy. I would probably bet to say infancy. Based out of the aspect of, is my world safe? A lack of this will lead to general mistrust. Makes me wonder how much attention did the parents pay to them when they were growing up? When did it start and when did it blow up? Here's the thing is, a majority of us go through our lives thinking that it's normal. I always like to share this example, right? I grew up in a neighborhood. I literally grew up in a trailer park. In a trailer park where I walked outside and there was drugs being dealt, people shooting off guns like every night. Like feral dogs roaming the streets. Like it was wild, But for me, that was normal. Right. It's not until I became an adult that I was like, well, that was kind of unsafe, finding needles out in the middle of the desert or, stuff like that. But again, as a child, right, you normalize. Kids literally will not know differently, but it affects you as an adult. Because, I'll share this, right? As an adult, yo, Sakura Amphi, welcome on in. Thanks so much for the raid. I appreciate it. We are analyzing Jax from the Amazing Digital Circus. We're doing a full analysis on the Amazing Digital Circus. Welcome on through. How you doing, Sakura? I hope you're doing well. Hope you're taking care of yourself, my friend. I know. Welcome on through. Welcome on through. Hope you had a good stream, by the way. Because as an adult, when I went to go do my studies in the Netherlands, what do you think happened? What do you think happened? I was so scared. I was so scared of, like, the first night that I fell asleep, I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything. It was so peaceful that I was legit, like, nervous, culture shock. Like there was like nothing happening. I couldn't even hear a car, so I couldn't sleep. Because for me, that triggered a response. Crazy, huh? That's sort of what I'm saying, right? Yeah, my nervous system was hyped up. Essentially, why, like, Sakura, when our parents, caregivers at an early age can affect us. And when we look at Jax, we have to try to understand, when did his first developmental conflict come through? Was it like infancy, early childhood, preschool, school age, adolescence, young adult? When did it first start? And for me, I would wager to say, is my world safe is something that he struggled with since he was born, since they were born in general. Does that make sense? Because we see this tackled time and time again inside of the circus. Yeah, exactly, Star. Because that was not my normal. Exactly. So that's the, I would put it on infancy. But what about you guys? Tell me, where do you guys see anything that they've struggled with? Was prepared for something and there was no discharge. Durable, in a big way, it's because my nervous system has already, like, had normalized unnormal behavior. So that was normal and that was a-okay. So the quiet quite literally made me nervous in that regard. Like, and you can look at this way, by the way, this is an aspect of generational trauma. You can look at World War II survivors and especially instincts that passed on generationally as to how they acted even after the war, to see like how your brain at times will norm your environment and behaviors. And at times, like normal behavior, normal societal behavior will be seen as different according to these individuals, including myself, you know. Adolescence, yeah. You can say absolutely. You can say adolescence. Who am I and where am I going? Right? Do they see and understand where they're going? Right? Yeah, I'd say infancy, adolescence. What else? Here's one. Children need to develop a sense of control over physical skills and self, and a sense of independence. Success leads to feelings of autonomy. Failure results in shame and doubt. Shame and doubt. Does Jax carry a lot of shame and doubt within themselves? Next one, preschool. Jax needs to begin asserting control and power over their environment. A Jax who tries to exert too much power experiences disapproval, resulting in a sense of guilt. Am I good or bad? Jax needs to cope with new social and academic demands. Success leads to a feelings of competence, while failure results in feelings of inferiority. You are not good enough. They might have failed at every point from infancy through adolescence, from what I'm looking at. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, by the way. We all miss points and we all try to make up for them later on in adulthood, you know? So I'm going to put from infancy through adolescence. Yeah, poor. That's a lot to be missing. But again, my question comes in, where are the parents? Where are the parents? This scares me. This scares me as someone that is a mental health professional, as someone that has worked a lot with individuals, you know, in crisis, and individuals that have literally been in a permanent supportive housing, or, you know, individuals that are homeless and whatnot. Whenever I see individuals consistently fail, like a lot of developmental milestones, and we're looking at a lot of the masking and stuff like that, and a lot of the trauma and a lot of these elements, for me, this is highlighting that they're a high risk. They're a high risk at, like, number one, substance use, like, you know, hard substance use. You know, number two, if they don't have support network in general, I'm scared that the parents will kick them out, right? Because, oh, you're already an adult, go out and see the world, even when they might be like 15, 14, 16, you know, and just be like, get out. One of the other ones that I'm afraid of is homelessness. I'm afraid that, like, you know, Jax might be homeless in that regard. And if that's the case, it keys into other elements unless there's a proper support network, or unless they can find that support in of themselves to take that next step. Another big element that scares me with this is their own internal self. How can Jax develop as a character, as an individual, if they don't know themselves? How can they develop? And especially when we're going through this, they're a high risk. High risk. How can they develop, chat, when, where are they in the pyramid? And we've talked about this before. They're in the yellow and red. Yep. Which are the base needs. By the way, you can be missing some stuff that's a-okay, but where are they struggling the most? How can Jax be, like, comfortable with themselves in their own mind, self-esteem, confidence, achievement of others, finding love, being able to go ahead and find themselves, identity, all respect of others, morality, creativity, when they're struggling in the red and yellow? When they're struggling, you know, in that aspect, you know. And at times that might cause a little bit of a gateway of, like, literally putting up walls so that you don't have to confront things, or you're not comfortable being yourself or being open to talking about things because you're prioritizing other elements. Which highlights this, right? Where are we in the grief wheel? When it comes to Jax, where are we in the grief wheel? Where are they at? That's one of the big aspects altogether. And this is of self, of others, even inside of being inside of this digital circus is, are they a-okay, or are they deteriorating? And from the looks of it, it looks like they're deteriorating. And if they're deteriorating, or like as I mentioned earlier, are they within that window of tolerance? I don't think so. Like imagine being in Jax's shoes, right? Your world, your yourself, aspects of what this can mean starts getting shifted away. It starts being less and less of a possibility of like whatever may be out there, right? Like the entire world is crumbling around you. What would happen to you, right? They're in the deterioration phase. So immediately yeah, has been having panic attacks for a while. Exactly. And that's one of the major elements inside of that is, how does that affect others? All right. Y'all ready? Let's talk about it. So, we have Jax, who's a king of masking, apparently, or who's a regent of masking. They tend to go ahead and have a jester, hater, creator, destroyer, everyman, follower, hero, villain, ruler, tyrant, outlaw, criminal aspect, where every single thing that is in balance tends to go ahead and be pleasure, innovation, belonging, control, freedom, even a sense of self. They don't have that in balance. And when we look at it, we start to understand that their cognitive distortions tends to be everything from polarized thinking to blaming to, minimizing to overgeneralization. They seem to be consistently masking and doing everything to bring up their cognitive distortions. When we look at their emotional manipulation techniques, right, we tend to go ahead and understand that, there's going to be a lot of denial, that they are gaslighting, that they are moving goalposts, there are passive aggressive, there's stereotyping, there's a lot of insecurities that they poke at, and even in their attachment styles, they're dismissive, avoidant. And when we look at their developmental milestones, it looks like every single element from infancy all the way through adolescence has been failed. And even their basic hierarchy of needs has been shattered, and that they're consistently in the red or yellow for baselines where they're not secure of themselves. They're not secure of their body, of what might be around them, all of that, So we're looking at this. We have to understand, the fact that even the defense mechanisms, they use almost all of them: projection, displacement, denial, identification, compensation, rationalization, intellectualization, and then even with power and control, they've used almost everything to try and keep a sense of power and control, even if that means hurting others along the way. Which brings up our final piece. Well, maybe the final piece of this puzzle. Actually, maybe two final pieces of the puzzle. I'll bring this one up. This. They're a high-risk individual. Chat. When we're looking at Bronfenbrenner's ecological theorem here, does Jax have a home? Does Jax have an immediate family that they can rely on? Does Jax have... No, not really. Friends. Does Jax have, so on so... And if he did have friends, again, would his attachment style push them away? Especially if it got to the core of them. Exactly. So we start looking at this and we start saying there's already issues in the microsystem. Is there issues in the mesosystem? Is there an aspect of beliefs of even environmental, social, cultural, whatnot beliefs that are being pushed down? Now, what does that mean? Well, that can be anything like, hey, one of the big ones is like, be a man, toughen up, do this, One of the big ones that I heard a lot was like, real men do this. And it's like, well, what do you mean by a real man? What does a real man like mean inside of that, right? Like what has happened inside of the meso and exosystem here that has affected him? Mass media, yeah, exactly. Men don't cry. Community services, child, even the school system inside of it. What all has actively been there for them and has worked for them in any capacity or not worked for them? I don't know. But it scares me. It scares me that we're at this point where we're seeing. By the way, them having all of this doesn't make them a bad person. Them having all of this doesn't make them a bad person in any capacity. Let me go ahead and see if it's louder for the people in the back. Because someone might be like, you see, that's such a horrible individual. That's such a horrible character. No, actually, a lot of individuals that might have a lot of like, these elements might be some of the kindest, nicest individuals out there. They might be masking all of this. They might be, a lot of individuals might internally be going through turmoil, that doesn't make them like an evil, bad person. That might just be a person that's been hurt. And that's like, unfortunately, that's their defense mechanism towards the world around them because they don't know any better. I highlight this because, again, right, that's a key element in that. Well, that's are you able to work on yourself? I think that's the big thing. So seeing that scares me. Alrighty. Did that give you a good insight into Jax? Chat, did that help you all out? Like understanding them a little bit? That was really good. Yeah, because that's my main thing. It's like they have a lot going on. So I wouldn't even be like, I wouldn't even be surprised if one of the big elements is like, they don't even know themselves really, if you want to be matter of fact, Absolutely. Good. I'm glad. All right. There's one more here. Apparently my mods want me to see this.
Hey there. Iconic digital circus character Orange Talking Fish here, welcoming you to the amazing digital circus, The Last Act Screening, where you will be watching episode 8 and the grand finale, episode 9.
Oh.
An amazing movie-length experience. If you have not watched the rest of the episodes, then you've got like 30 seconds to catch up, so get on it. Also here to remind you to turn all mobile devices silent and to please not film or spoil anything you see here tonight. You can share all of your reactions online, but just please, God, no spoilers.
Oh, God.
Usually Kane does these things, but he couldn't make it because he died. May God of Jesus please avoid his soul. Please have God from any afterlife and bless him. I was medically dead for 4 minutes once. There was no one waiting for me. It was blackness. There was nothing after. I think for some people they see something, but for me it was black and nobody was there. I think God doesn't want me. I don't know what I did.
Oh, God.
Should also keep your eyes blocked out for a QR code at the end of the screening that gives you early access to finale merch in the online store. Guys, I don't want to die. Please don't go.
What the fuck? Oh, no.
Welcome to the finale. Dude, you missed it.
Dude, you missed it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's finally time for the moment you've all been waiting for. Say it with me. Welcome to the amazing digital recap.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God.
After placing a strange headset on her fragile human cranium, our sad little jester, Omni, finds herself in the amazing digital circus, a whimsical, fun-filled virtual paradise that you can probably never ever leave. Don't focus on the never ever leave part, though. That sort of thinking leads to abstraction, which leads to the cellar, which leads to a lot of screaming that's frankly terrible for Bubble's sensitive ears. Running this circus is me, your charming, benevolent ringmaster, Cave, and it's inhabited by other humans like Gangle and Soople and Kinger. Drag up the Jax and there's Kong. Ooh.
What? What?
Cave, and it's inhabited by other humans like Gangle and Soople and Kinger too. Drag up the Jax and there's Kong. Ooh. The gang then does some amazing things, like running, crushing, growing his people, learning to look both ways, miscellaneous, and gun safety. Through it all, Pomni begins to realize that maybe, just maybe, this digital circus ain't so bad, especially when she has friends to suffer with. Suffer with. Also, Kinger might have helped create the circus? Who knows? The guy's as crazy as a guy who's crazy. But there's one human that Pomni just can't seem to understand. Jax, who after a normal and healthy adventure involving unregistered firearms, has a legendary crash out and pushes Pomni away.
Right.
Emotionally and physically. And right as they were just getting close, oh, the drama! Meanwhile, it slowly begins to dawn on my big brain that perhaps my lovingly crafted adventures of horror and pain may not be appealing to a group of fragile human psyches, but then realize that's ridiculous because they totally love me. Right? So, for no particular reason, I devised my biggest adventure yet. Using a totally real and not suspicious human named Abel, I created a scenario where the humans had to decide whether they wanted to escape the circus or stay with me forever. The details of what went down are extremely simple and not confusing. But the important part is, at the end of the day, Jax, of all people, made the right choice to stay in the circus forever. I don't entirely understand why. He's going through some things. He's sad about a frog, I think. Humans are really confusing. Anyway, now you're all caught up to the thing that aired for free 6 months ago.
What if the reason... Hold on. What if the reason why Jax doesn't want to get close to Pomni and has all of this mask up is because of whatever happened to the frog and Kaufmo? What if there's a link in there and this is an act of self-preservation as well? Kane is still human since he's still AI. Yeah, that's being influenced a little bit by those around, right? And one of those big things is like, if you let people in, you hurt them. But at the same time, if you let people in, you may hurt them. But if you keep people out, you will hurt them less. If that makes sense. How much do the other characters know about Jax and his relationship with Kaufmo and others? You almost went down that road. Yeah, no, and the thing is, like, going down that road, it can happen, you know? Like, that's one of the big things is that times you feel, a lot of individuals feel like they are not worthy enough to be loved, or they're not worthy enough to, like, you know, have others be that close to them, right? Drive a wedge between him and Kaufmo. It could be, absolutely. Because that's sort of where it's making me wonder about certain things, like, character-wise, right? That logic is preventing people. Like, it's just making me wonder, like, okay, if Ragatha and Kinger were there and they were able to see everything happen in this regard. People that maybe were close to Jax start going away for whatever reason, or impacting, or maybe even if you know, a big push or a big aspect was because of everything that we talked about. Do you think that this is maybe a reason why Ragatha is so like overly worried about people getting close to Jax? Do you think that maybe this is a big reason why you know, maybe Ragatha overly huddles or like, you know, helicopter parents Pomni and some of the others? That's where it's making my brain go into, is Ragatha must know at least something, right? Exactly. I don't know. Anyway, it went hand in hand with the ideation for me. I don't see a person in that mindset planning on existing in that loneliness. It's about making that hurt less. Yeah, well, and that's the thing, is like, if you have that mindset, right, at the end of the day, you like, a lot of individuals think, oh, you just want to isolate forever. That's not necessarily true. At times you want company, but you don't necessarily want people to come on through, you know. There's a lot of baggage between Jax and Ragatha. Oh, 100%. Mods, are you ready? YouTube, I guess we're officially starting with the episode here. That's a lot to take in. That was a big recap. Actually, do you guys mind if I check something out before we jump into this episode? There's one thing. A couple things, actually. Hold on. Chat, what was the episode with the maid dress? Do you guys remember?
Out. You're out, dumb. Damn it.
Ha! Get owned!
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Ah, she's cool. Wait, what's that? What the heck? Who did this? You! Jax! You're up to bat! Don't wanna... I quite look like this, though!
Seems fitting for you, though. I figured you'd be into this.
The eyeliner's on fleek,
What's that
though,
supposed to
yeah.
mean?
I'm just having fun. I forgot you hate fun.
I don't want to wear this!
I have never seen you this upset about something.
Jax! Bat! I'm gonna kill you when this is over.
Let's see what you're made of.
Shut up!
Don't worry. I think you look good.
I don't want to hear that! I want you dead!
Oh, that's interesting.
Let's see what you're made of.
Shut up!
Don't worry. I think you look good.
I don't want to hear that! I want you dead!
Is evil Jax more soft and like, you know, kind-hearted, innocent, feminine in nature? I don't want to hear that. I want you dead. And it's that masking aspect that we have in here. Does that kind of, that's interesting. I think so, right? But it's interesting because it's,
Don't worry. I think you look good.
I don't want to hear that! I want you dead! Well, guess there's no more ball. We're done.
Wait, I got this.
interesting. I say that because it's interesting how often he, like, you know, Jax goes after Gangle. It's interesting how often that's consistently happening.
Wow, what a good day! Wow!
Alright, so who wants to try Kane's magical changing booth first?
I guess I'll give it a go.
Wow, you look mediocre. If you ever need a sunburn, give me a call.
I don't want a sunburn.
Should have thought of that before I decided I hate you.
Don't interact with the sun. She's just like that.
Gangle, wait.
The sun is so unhinged. Who voiced the sun? Why didn't Jax go into the changing room? I mean, Kinger was laying. If Jax went into the changing room, how would they have come out? I don't know. Wasn't part of the group from the start of the episode. He doesn't have shorts on later? Or did I see it wrong? No, it looks like they're...
Good thing I don't have any problems then.
Where are you going?
Anywhere you losers won't yap my ear off.
That's isolating at that point in time, you know? That's why I'm like, There's a couple things that come to mind. Now, one of them is a cracked out theorem ad here. All right, hold on. Don't judge me too hard on this, okay? Please don't judge me too hard on this. I might be way overcooking in this one. All right. I might be way overcooking on this one. But if Jax were to step into this changing room, would Jax still have male clothes presented to them? Or not? And is that what stops them from going in here? Because he isolates afterwards. Well, shorts in general, you know? He isolates, like, don't get me wrong, he's still, like, you know, seeing, like, you know, in a weird way, it's isolation still, but he isolates after Zubul approaches. He did have a male uniform in the school anime adventure, so I don't know. Okay, here we go, everyone. I guess... Remember, I do have a soft cutoff point at 4 p.m. That means whatever we don't get to, we'll have to put a pause. And then tomorrow, we'll be back to finish up whatever we don't get to today. Deal? 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 What do you mean, finally? I thought, if you want, I can analyze for another 3 hours. And literally just, like, go on Pomni or whatnot, if need be. I can legit keep going, y'all. That is about an hour and 30 minutes from now, roughly. Oh. Oh. Well, that felt weird. That felt different. Yeah, uncanny opening. No cane. No bubble. No longer Kaufmo. No longer Kaufmo. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Everyone's body language has just completely changed. I know everyone's body language. Look at them. Look at Zubul. They're like ready to throw down should something happen. They do not feel comfortable. Neither, like, no one does. No one does, right? Kinger with the bucket still ready to go. Oh yeah, no, they're on edge. Ragatha is like the most uncomfy individual. Oh my god. Oh my god. How it started versus how it's going, yeah. Jax is the only character that's looking down. Jax is the only character that looks hopeless compared towards everyone else. This is the part in your life when you see a person acting like this that you should be there for them. Yeah, utterly despondent. When you see someone just absolutely being hopeless and, like, you know, their usual self, you know, is starting to dissipate for whatever reason, you should be there for them in that regard. Like, oof.
Are you sure? How did that even happen? There's no undo or anything?
He was messing with the console as I was working. I don't know what happened, but before I could try to get him back, the floor opened up and...
That's convenient.
Jax.
What? Are we all just supposed to forgive this? This guy messed up in the worst possible way he could. Now we have nothing.
Jax, please, just calm down. We're all...
Anything else you want to tell us?
Jax!
Whoa.
He gets to mess up like this and everyone takes his side?
Brain scans. Scratch was trying to make a brain scanner. I didn't think it actually worked.
Since episode 2, baby! Episode 2! Episode 2, baby! Let's fucking go! Oh, episode 2, dude! Episode 2. Some of you guys might not even fully be there, yeah? Some of y'all were like, nah, you're wild. You wild, right? And even though I pointed out the whole... yeah, exactly. I pointed out, like, oh, this looks like an fMRI, you know? This looks exactly like that. So take that.
We didn't know how to work with the files, and they were impossible.
Oh, I got you. No worries. Take a Dorito. Exactly. Give me Doritos, please, for that, right? Could have a to bring me on board. Yeah. That's how you know it was decent.
Brain scans. Scratch was trying to make a brain scanner. I didn't think it actually worked. We didn't know how to work with the files, and they were impossibly small, given what they were supposed to be. I saw a folder full of them when I was in Kane's code. So, I guess Kane found a way to get them working.
But if they were impossibly small, comes in one of my big fears is how much data do you actually have and how much of it could get messed up? If there are brain scans in that regard and you have, like, currently, in case you guys don't know, that is actually I wouldn't say brain scans, right? Really, but it's more like tracing connectomes in the human brain, right? How and where we make decisions and how our brain fires off different things. And if I remember correctly, it's taking close to a petabyte or more than a petabyte to try and go ahead and map out a human brain, right? So it is making me wonder. It is making me wonder, how small are they, and if also them being able to do a full brain scan with the headset built in the late 90s it is absolutely insane, right? But it's making me wonder, like, how easily, like, I don't know, can this data be manipulated? If it's so small, how easily can it break? And is that a big reason why, like, ooh, Kane's just built different? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Which is why it was surprising to Kinger.
That means...
I know what it means. Congratulations, Zooble! Guess you still get to leave your mark in the world. Oh, isn't that fun?
Jax.
Yeah.
There's that deflection, right? Even though it's him being a dick like this, even though Jax is being a dick in this manner, there's still that deflection, right? Ultimately, at this point in time, you found out that your world really isn't real, so you're going to deflect, you're going to hurt others, and you're going to try and find a way to isolate, even though deep down inside, that is the biggest mask that he's wearing. The person that's hurting the most at this point in time is probably Jax. Like it and or hate it, right? A lot of individuals in here...
You still get to leave your mark in the world. Oh, isn't that fun?
Jax.
Yes, you still get to hang out with Mommy after all, right, Rags?
Nori, it depends as to what they scan specifically in the brain. If they if they scanned connectomes, right, and from the looks of it, looked to be that way from episode 2, then it's scanning the way that decisions are being made emotionally, psychologically, so on and so forth, right? So it would make sense if that was, like, you know, the case, is just a full brain scan in that manner, and then you technically have how a person would react inside of that. It's a little tricky. Yeah, Jax is attacking others to avoid his own feelings. Like a bunch of single MRIs. Yeah. 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 Jax is attacking others to avoid confronting or even being vulnerable in front of others, right?
Shut up, Jax!
Guess I'm... still...
I know. I think I've always known. It just... for some reason... it still hurts so much to hear it.
I know it hurts, but we still have each other. We're all in this together.
Here's a scary thought. How long until your brain scan gets corrupted? If they're so impossibly small, how long until your brain scan starts getting corrupted? It's not a matter of if, right? At this point in time, what happens when the power is cut off? And they exist until when? Exactly. It's not a matter of how long, it's a matter of when. And that, you know, aside from like not being real is one thing, and now the aspect of like no longer, I guess, a normal form of passing. Now you got to take that grief on top of it as well, right? Us as human beings, right, as individuals, we have our own way that we deal with grief. And one of the capacities that I'll show you and I'll ask of is how many of you are comfortable with the topic of death or dying? How many of you already know how you want to pass away or how you want to go ahead and die, and what does that mean for you? Now imagine, like, all of these discussions and feelings that you might have, and religious systems, everything, and then taken through onto this digital world where all of a sudden might no longer be human. What does death even mean inside of this? You have sentience, supposedly, right? But how valuable is your life when you can't really leave a legacy? What does leaving a legacy even mean? Is abstracting really death? Or is abstracting something else? Like, legitimately, right? I've never thought about it. Like, that is a world, like, first off, you've taken away the human element of things, right? Where you've taken away, like, what's supposed to be for a lot of people an agent of change. So you are no longer, right, at the same capacity as you thought you were. A lot of people will equate this, especially if you are in there. I am no longer human. How does that feel? All of a sudden, right, you start saying, hey, I am no longer human. Like, everything's been taken away from me. I have no ears, I have no eyes, I have no mouth, but I must scream because I am no longer human. I am just a digital aspect of myself, and nothing I say or do will affect the real world, right? So what would you do? What did you do in a situation like this? Do you get to do anything? Do your morals and ethics get thrown out the window? That's the main question. Human is you, no matter how straight up horrifying. It is. You are a human. Hope or die trying. So when I look at Jax, right? Look at an individual whose base needs, base shelter has just been taken away. A lot of these individuals, they don't have a support network. They don't have anything really there for them. The hope that they had has just been crushed. That's a nightmare scenario. Yeah, are you even capable of processing the same way as before? Or are you just under the illusion that you can? Are you under the illusion that everything's under control? That it'll be fine when it won't be. This, this is, oh, my heart. No, don't let him go off. No, that is like the biggest red flag. No. No. After a revelation like this, right? Please, something huge happens. Don't let your friends, loved ones just absolutely wander off, especially when they're masking hard. Two roads diverged. Wow. The road not taken for Rio. No, yeah. Do you know why I'm more scared for Jax than anyone else? Everyone else at least walks away with some feeling. Jax does not. at least when you're walking away with some aspect of feeling, you know, that they're like, you know, they're they're gonna feel their whatever feelings they have out. But Jax at the moment is walking like someone that's heard the most crushing news and is already depersonalizing it. It's already derealizing it. That for me is almost an immediate sign, like, hey, we need to go ahead and ground them. You know, bring them to ground level, like he'd be like saying exactly. He's confirmed that it isn't real, like he's been saying and swearing earlier. He's trying not to not be a human, at least I believe so. But here's the thing: is whenever someone goes into this, and it's an easy aspect of depersonalization, derealization, if not given serious attention, a lot of them go inpatient. A huge amount of individuals end up going inpatient in this regard. Because all of a sudden, right, it's easier to not feel anything or to pretend to not feel anything, and in the process hurt yourself and hurt others. The moment that you start depersonalizing and derealizing, you know, psychologically, we talked about the window of tolerance here, right? Those high highs and those low lows, you'd rather stay in those high highs or low lows. Why should I even care about other emotions, right? Yeah, barely holding back tears. Look at the way he's walking compared to Gangle and compared to everyone else. Look, they're at least crouched over together. It becomes your baseline. That Ragatha's still feeling her feels. That's A-okay. And Kinger's just being Kinger. So if you're going through consistent lows, you just know that, like, number one, you don't have to go through those lows again. I have to keep reiterating, there is professional help in your area. Please, you know, seek out help if needed. You don't have to go through anything alone. And then, like, it is, I would rather you all be safe than anything else, you know. It's, but now is more clearly hurting him. He's more aware of it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, imagine this, right? You're already at what you thought was rock bottom, right? Because you're trying to find a way out. You're not really safe or secure or whatever that may be. And all of a sudden, what you thought was rock bottom, you get hit all the way even worse. Dang, Kinger.
Need any help?
Sure, if you want to give it a try. Relax your body and mind. Deep breaths. And try not to think too hard about it.
It's like the Force. Like reaching out for a lightsaber. Yeah. Oh, that's great. That is great. Learning to exert more control over their surroundings. Yeah. Yo, thanks so much for the sub. I appreciate it.
Relax your body and mind. Mm-hmm. Deep breaths. And try not to think too hard about it.
Ooh. It is like the Force. Oh, that is so cool. Minecraft creative mode.
I really wanted to help.
You had a good start.
I thought I could uplift everyone.
Kinger's the dad. Kinger's the dad. Kinger is the dad. Oh my goodness. Papa Kinger coming on through and just being like, hey, this. Because think about it this way, even for Kinger themselves, they have to rationalize this. Like, Kinger themselves are still in the same boat as everyone else. Like, they have to rationalize, yeah, we are brain scans, you know? That's crazy. That's a lot, dude. And yet Kinger stays grounded.
But everything's gotten so bad. God, am I stupid for even trying?
No, none of this is your fault. I don't think anyone could have predicted things to play out the way they did.
Yeah.
I'm scared.
Oh.
I don't know what's gonna happen.
While Pomni was trying to comfort others and saw that like nobody was really, needed it or nobody really wanted it, she approaches Kinger as her comfort person. Because for Pomni, Kinger's the one individual that she's able to be this way with. Oh. My heart, dude. She trusts him. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's why Kinger's the GOAT. Like, everything's going on, and it's just that, like, but also, can you imagine, like, what Kinger may carry with him as well? Kinger probably carries so much, like, feelings and maybe even feelings of guilt as well at the end of the day. Like, Kinger might absolutely be carrying some feelings about all of this, right? Like, hey, at the end of the day, this might be an aspect that, like, you brought in, right? And in a way, you affected others as well. He's become one of my favorite characters. Yeah. He probably carried a lot of guilt, shame, and baggage. Yeah, but he's dealing with it. He even lost his wife. He has to exist without his wife. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, exactly. That's why I'm like...
I don't think anyone could have predicted things to play out the way they did.
I'm scared. I don't know what's gonna happen.
You know, out of all the people I've seen enter this place, I don't think any one of them adjusted as quickly as you did.
Oh!
I was a nervous wreck.
So was I. It's a lot for anybody to go through. But while the others took weeks, hell, even months to get used to everything, myself included, you found your footing in a matter of days.
Wow.
Not just that. You've also become someone they can trust, even if they don't seem receptive.
Oh. Kinger. Oh. Here's a scenario. Kinger starts abstracting, and in the process, he puts his bucket on Pomni's head. Because ultimately, she's the one that people can trust now, going forward as well. Oh, why? Don't do this. I'm just looking at this and I'm seeing that, like, where did this come from? Respectfully, shut up, please. I'm looking at this, right? And it's like a big aspect that comes from Kinger's wisdom is understanding, like, Kinger is in a grounded place and always, like, maintains an aspect of groundedness that came from a lot of trials and tribulations. And in a big aspect, maybe a person that's earning all of your trust is Pomni. So even if you were to take it, the bucket of wisdom and support, yeah, however many years into the future, right? And people are slowly starting to abstract away. Does Pomni take up that mantle to ground others in the circus? I don't know. The emotional support bucket. Oh.
It's times like these they're gonna need someone like that the most. You're very strong, Pomni. And I know you'll be able to get through this.
Oh.
We've been here before.
Yeah. Have we?
Yeah. Back in the Milden Hall Manor. I doubt you remember.
Well, it's still true.
Oh,
It may
Kinger.
take time, but they'll come around. We can't fix every problem.
Yeah.
Not with ourselves. Not with the world around us. But we can still do what we can.
It's gonna be a lot of work.
Absolutely.
But it won't be a lot of work alone.
This is what I've been saying. It's about, you know, teamwork and staying together, and you know, in this crazy thing we call life, we don't have to be alone, chat. Yeah, Kinger knows how to go ahead and say the right things and be there for others. Oh. You know what Kinger's doing? He's helping them find new meaning in the circus. Oh God, why am I getting all teary-eyed? Kinger is legitimately helping them find new meaning in the circus and with each other. Because at the end of the day, that's all they have. That breaks me, dude. Oh my God, like, yeah. Oh, yeah. So it's like, hey, you know what? Like, we're as real as we can be, and we have to find life and meaning with each other. Oof. And they're slowly coming around. Oh, oh, my heart. It took them a while. But a big reason why is if you look at them, right, they've all kind of look hopeless, but they're kind of like staring at two individuals that are still carrying on. Like Ragatha, right? Still even looking a little hopeless, is still finding them work together and, you know, carrying on. And for them, you know, a lot of times that's what it takes, right? Is knowing you're not alone in this battle. And I guess we'll state this, right? Towards everyone in here that supports all my LGBTQ non-binary pals, drop a Dorito, please, and know, hey, if you're going through anything, you don't have to go through it alone. Please know that. Please know that, like, you know, you are in a safe space, and ultimately you deserve every right, every love, every opportunity to truly be yourself. And I highlight this because at times there's so much hate, there's so much disparagement and intolerance out there, but know that, like, you know, the world is changing and we can make this world a better place. So yeah, and even if you've gone through aspects of bullying, of self, of whatever that may be, right, know that, like, we can be that change for a better future, and you know, you don't have to isolate, you don't have to be alone. Oh. Oh, even Ragatha's learning. They're all gaining purpose, chat. And in case you don't know why I'm freaking out so much, this is one of the biggest things out there, right? Understanding or having a purpose for doing stuff, right? Because all of a sudden, if you have a purpose, right, it's harder for you to fall. It's harder for you to just lose everything altogether. Kinger is such a rock, and in helping them establish themselves and for everyone around them, he is, oh my God. Yeah, Kinger's the greatest. Kinger's the greatest. Playing with abstract, which brought everyone else in. Oh. I think this is a big one, though. After everyone's come in, at times we need to be the ones that reach out to those that are still behind, right? Because sometimes individuals are very afraid that we'll forget them, that that they don't like, that we no longer want them around in the group in that regard. Oh, Jax, get back over here.
Never mind.
Oh,
I wish I'd pried a little more. I somehow forgot how bad it can get.
yep. Yep. It's heartbreaking. I wish I'd pried a little more. It's crazy that this happened off screen, but like, yep. But at the same time, I'm gonna state this. When it comes to suicide, at times there may be so many signs that you miss. Trigger warning. You know, it can happen in the blink of an eye. It can happen in the blink of an eye. Even to trained professionals such as myself, and I'll share this story, trigger warning, real quick. I have had a friend, still have a friend. For me, I still very much like to say that, you know, they're very much alive and in my heart. Who, due to, you know, them discovering themselves and their identity and, you know, who they are, especially when we were, so long story short, we became friends in my time in the Netherlands. One of the big things about that, like, that we bonded over, was one of the first clubs that I ever went to when I was 18. Actually, the first club I ever went to was in West Hollywood, which my brother took me to because my brother was like, yeah, might as well, you know, we're here. and he's like, it'll be your first club ever, your first opportunity ever to go out clubbing and dancing and whatnot. If you guys don't know what, like, you know, West Hollywood has pretty much a pretty, like, big, like, you know, big LGBTQ clubs out there and whatnot. I was like, I don't care, I get to dance, right? And I got to, like, it wasn't just a club, they had a whole drag show performance, everything going on. It was amazing, such an amazing opportunity to really, like, get to, like, find others, right? Find other individuals out there and what that may be, which is phenomenal. Inside of that, though, I remember sharing that story with a couple of my friends out there in the Netherlands, and I connected very much with this individual. You know, as they were going through, they were also, you know, into studying psychology and studying the mind. But one of the things that they kept hidden into themselves was essentially that they loved to perform, and they loved drag. Right. And so they would invite me to their performances from time to time, and I would go, you know, and everything was going wonderfully until they started getting bullied. They started getting bullied, and the bullying kept getting worse, and it came from individuals around them, their family, individuals that, you know, would criticize them for not being a man, saying, hey, you are no longer, like, you're not the son that I used to have, right? For, like, despite, you know, them doing this because it was something, an art form, something that they love to go ahead and perform and do. And the bullying got so bad, and especially during COVID time, when, you know, stuff started becoming a little bit more isolation. You know, people started going away, and despite, like, signs of, hey, you know, we would check in with one another. How are you doing? Are you doing okay? What's going on? You know, stuff like that. And then COVID hit, and, you know, a lot of people lost connection with one another. Come to find out that one night the bullying got so bad that for them, they took their own life. because for them, they had society, their parents, everyone telling them, hey, you are not a man, right? On the other hand, you had individuals bullying them for what they like, what they like to do, how they like to perform, and their drag. And on the other hand, right, everyone that they love, their partner, other individuals at that point in time, due to COVID, due to circumstances, whatever may have been going on, they all kind of distance themselves, even to the trained eye. Yeah, no. And even towards a group of psychologist friends that they had, even for us, it was hard to see everything that was going on. So I showcase this to tell you all, hey, check in on your friends, check in on your loved ones, check in on the others out there, and make sure that you tell them that they are loved, that you love them for who they are, right? The world is a scary and rough spot, and we don't have to go through this alone. That's why whenever I see this and I see how, like, probably Jax abstracted just in the blink of an eye like this, it kind of highlights, like, hey, individuals can depersonalize, can derealize, and at times they can take their life in the blink of an eye. Sorry, chat. Yeah, check in on your friends. Yeah, especially your strong friends and those individuals that you haven't kept up with. Whew. I'm going to back it up just a little bit here. Bro, we're not even 10 minutes in. That's crazy.
Never mind.
I wish I'd pried a little more.
Oh.
I somehow forgot how bad it can get.
What do we do now?
Oh.
What can we do? Of course he'd do this. Of course he'd wait until there's nothing we could do about it. That's just so... God damn it, Jax.
Now, did Jax hurt others? Yes. Right? Like, as we've clearly talked about in our analysis, right? But was this something that he did on purpose? Well, no, right? This is just something that clearly comes through because, everything's been escalating to a point where his foundation was shaken. In the same way that, like, they had the ability to connect with others. Jax, in a way, tried to outreach his hand, but nobody took it. I mean, could you even do this on purpose? Yeah. What I see sometimes when people learn, usually from well, everyone has different reactions, right? How do you even help someone who has a weak ego as being paranoid, seen as weak, is attacking everyone else? Well, one of the big things is understanding, like, where is that individual, right? And what are their defense mechanisms? Too many people get caught up in their egos. You want me to be straight up about it? Too many people think they know what's best for someone without ever asking them, what is best for you and how can we help you? Too many people will take their first answer of someone immediately as a response for it, right? Too many people will say, hey, you know what? Like, that's just who they are. They're dicks. And instead of thinking, like, well, why? Where is this coming from? Why are they reacting this way? And that's why I have a lot of empathy towards all these characters, because ultimately they're not, their actions and reactions are not because they just popped out of nowhere. It's because out of a system that probably led them to react this way, right? Systems of belief, systems of family dynamics, systems of self, you name it, right? So one of the big things is understanding, number one, having empathy. Number 2, asking the questions: who, what, where, when, why, how. If we understand that, we're able to go ahead and gain further empathy and further meet a person where they're at to take the next step. You can always lead a horse to water. You can never make it drink, but at least you can showcase that, like, you took that horse to water. You know? Oh. Anyway, sorry. I look at that because I've seen too many times, and I've heard a person, and even parents, unfortunately, say this about like a kid. It's like, oh, well, why should we even try? Exactly. And it's like, well, what do you mean, why should you even try, right? It's like, ultimately, if you love your kid, right, or anyone really, you should have the empathy enough to showcase, like, here's where you can find the resources. Here's where it's going, you know. Here's what can help you.
I'm sorry.
For what?
Thunderbomb, thanks so much for the resub.
Hey.
Ooh.
This isn't your fault.
Why can't I cry for him? I suppose we should try coming up with a plan to keep him contained.
You know, I always thought it should have been me.
This is different coping. This is different coping altogether. There's so much guilt that is happening inside of this, right? But everyone copes differently. And well, if we're going to put it this way, right? Gangle was harassed and Gangle was abused by Jax. From what we talked about earlier, from everything that we showcased, you know, Gangle in that relationship dynamic was a victim. You know, and at times it can be pretty hard to layer up, and there's a lot of guilt that comes with it, right? Even though they were a part of the group, that doesn't necessarily mean that you were 100% there for them, right? Such a hard situation for everyone in the circus. Yeah, that's why everyone's at a different grieving point altogether. Is there a right way to grieve? No, you know. And for Ragatha, trust me, I'm also kind of surprised that, you know, you didn't.
I always thought it should have been me.
Don't say that.
We were friends once. I mean, sort of friends. As much of friends as anybody could have been with Jax. We could talk to each other, at least. But then, what was it? Something like the snowy summit.
Actually, it's making me wonder if the reason why we don't get to see Jax deteriorate like this, abstract like this, in a big way, is just to lend to that aspect of things. You don't get to see, oftentimes, you know, your closest friends or individuals, you know, whenever they break, or whenever they go through an aspect of psychosis, or whenever they go inpatient, or when they take their life, unfortunately, you know. A lot of times, again, it just happens, and maybe that's a director's choice to showcase that. Because there was an aspect in me that's like, man, I really wanted to see how Jax like you know, started to abstract, or what was going on, or whatnot. But I really do think that it's like they're there one day and the next day they're gone. Exactly. One day they're there, you know. One day they can be bothering you, having the biggest smile, and the next day, yeah, it's like we don't get that choice. It gives you a sense of helplessness that mirrors the characters. Yeah.
I can't really remember. But something happened between him and her. And Ribbit. Her name was Ribbit.
Yeah. I think I remember you mentioning her before.
I wasn't supposed to. After Ribbit was gone, I tried to comfort him. He told me to never mention Ribbit's name again.
Ooh.
He made me promise. And I did. I think that's where our friendship really, finally ended. I wonder if things would have been different if I'd said no.
What did Jax do? I'm assuming something really, again, considering our analysis, I'm assuming something challenged Jax's perspective enough for him to not want to have a conversation about Ribbit. Like something must have fundamentally challenged or shaken Jax at his core with Ribbit in that regard. That he that it's just to cut off all ties, cut off everything in that regard. Again, we've done 3 whiteboards of analysis worth of Jax. If things could have been different, if they allowed themselves, right?
It was so hard for me. I still don't know why I did it.
Oh, my sweet summer child.
I just wanted him to know he wasn't alone. That I was there for him. And I guess I just didn't want to lose any more friends. Shows what I know, huh?
Ragatha, you were the first real friend I made here. And despite all that's happened,
Ooh.
I still consider you my closest friend.
I'm glad we're still friends.
Oh. Oh, remember how many times Poppy didn't want to go ahead and oh, my heart just breaks, dude. No, like everything's being flipped. Oh. Oh. She used to be so touch adverse, yeah. Yeah.
What are we gonna do?
Make sure Gangle, Zubul, and Kinger are okay. I need someone like you right now.
Pomni, you've been one of the best things to happen to me since I got here. I trust you.
Dude, my heart just breaks. Oh. And it's it's interesting how this is the layers that they've dealt with grief, right? It's like we have to keep on going. Like there is no stopping at this point. Like we have to keep on going on. Because ultimately if we stop, we're not going to be able to help one another. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that and it's a conclusion that Ragatha bringing this up and saying you know what, Ragatha for a good portion of time, let's be honest about it. We've all been a Ragatha at some point in our life, right? We've all been desperately trying to connect with other people in any capacity that we can. And at times, even seeing some of our friends get into relationships or friendships that you knew are toxic and you're trying to warn them about things, right? And sometimes being labeled as oh, you're wrong, you're crazy, you just don't want me to be friends with whatever, right? And at times being pushed away. Yeah, it can suck, dude. It can suck being placed in that position, right? But when you do have a person or a friend or somebody that recognizes you for you and sees you for, you know, the good aspects, it can mean a whole lot. Yeah, I'm feeling awkward for me. It just lasted so long. And at times it's just that grounding moment. And I like, you know, hey, you know, I haven't really found anyone that I could be there for. And I'm glad that I finally have someone there. At each other made me so stressed when I first watched. Really, Mickey? Without, yeah, exactly. Oh. Stop! You're not gonna. Oh. Okay, good. Good. Wow. Oh. So in a big way, that is the process of abstraction. And also, this is straight up like a brain, isn't it? Another aspect of a brain. Or at least some of the psychedelic effects here. Yeah. All right, chat. Whose door is whose? Because they all have Jax in it, but I'm assuming that this actually represents, like, no worries, Tree, like the characters inside of the amazing digital circus here. So, well, there's Jax, there's Jax, there's Jax, there's Jax, and there's. Oh. Oh. Ragatha?
Jax? I just want you to know that if you need anything, or if you need to talk to any...
Can a person come back from abstraction? If this is sort of a mind palace, where individuals are depersonalizing and derealizing, and you're able to actually go in there, can they come back from abstraction? Not necessarily right away, you know. It's kind of like best way that I can label this out for you guys is whenever you have someone that like their worldview is shattered and they depersonalize, right? They start derealization. A big aspect is like a lot of the help that has to go into, like, you know, their social workers, their caregivers, individuals that are helping ground them and bring them back to reality, right? To the realization of like, hey, we're in this reality. You know, this is like the help. You have a support group here that's for you, and so they feel more grounded and back in their feet. You know, and that's sort of a big aspect that it's making me wonder is like, you know, can't like, because at the moment we like my whole thought process of so far until this point in time where we're actually seeing that you're able to go in to the world with them was, oh, they've abstracted it. It's like an immediate like throw into like suicidal or like, you know, any form of self-harm or, you know, aspects in there, right? But what if it's not? What if it is more of a depersonalization, derealization aspect where your brain has no longer identifies with the construct that it's created. Kind of like a schema. Here, this is, fuck. Hold on. I might not be making any sense at the moment, but if you know any bit of psychology, or you know a little bit more advanced psychology, you might stick along with me. Oftentimes, when people derealize, it's because this is a schema. This is a worldview as to how we view ourselves, right? This is how our identity, right, is formed. This is how, our ideals, morals, ethics, aspects of self are constrained inside of the schema, inside of this worldview. When people often derealize, it's because we're going out here where their identity might be in question, where their ideals may you no longer really start having a sense of self, right? Sense of self is weak. And we talked about this with the developmental theories. One of the big things in there was, do you have a sense of self? Let me pull this up. We were literally just cooking on this for like an hour leading up to this. Sorry, y'all. This is my brain at work. Y'all gonna have to deal with it. We were literally cooking on this for a little bit, which is, right? Hold on, where is it at? Here we go. Success leads to an ability to stay true to yourself. Failure results in weak and leads to role confusion and a weak sense of self, which all of you pointed to. That adolescence was one of the developmental milestones that they are struggling with, right? So if they don't have a weak sense of self, or if they don't have like a strong identity, a strong ideals, strong morals, ethics, all of this is being shifted because they've been tested, and their worldview of like what is self and what is real is being shifted, then their schema, their worldview has been corrupted. This has been opened up, and hence why we get this thing that they call abstraction, right? Which is really depersonalization or derealization from the schema, right? So, if this is what abstraction is, then what we can do and what Pomni can do over a period of time, because here's the thing, Cain does not understand humans. So Cain saw this abstraction, was like, we're done, for anyone, right? When everything starts doubting, right? Maybe they can come back, because Cain does not understand human psychology and was like, we're done, abstracted, it is what it is. But it's not. It is not. In fact, what it is if Pomni can get in and start helping Jax find their identity, find their self in this new world, find their ethics or who they want to be, their moral aspect, right? The support aspect. Maybe, it's not going to be the same aspect of Jax, but an aspect of Jax's schema has grown to fit this new world. And maybe we can get Jax to come back because their schema has slowly, but not fixed completely, but slowly but surely started to get fixed. Is abstraction really a character offing themselves, or is it more that their schema, their worldview has been completely taken off, and no one, because Cain doesn't know how to deal with human psychology, ever attempted to go in there and help them? Exactly. It'd be the case of going in there and having Pomni or others, right, helping them redefine themselves. Redefine, if it's an identity issue, who are they really? Are they comfortable with it? And it might take multiple times, right? Who are they ethically? What does it mean for them to be moral inside of themselves? Well, that's the question, is they would probably come back with this new identity of self. I don't think so, Silly Kitty. I would actually challenge you in that way. For me, it's I see it because if it was if we take it more on this way, would that manifest as it could be? I don't know. It's a digital circus, right? In the physical world, that would mean hey, whenever we have people that derealize or depersonalize and we're able to ground them, then they can take on their next move, whatever that may be for them, you know. But in this digital circus, it can mean that they come back and, you know, maybe they're different, you know, maybe they're different, maybe they're a more ideal version of themselves in some capacity. That seems like it would be tough for Jax specifically. It could be, but it absolutely could be. But that's what I'm saying is it wouldn't be immediate. It wouldn't be immediate. It would be something that would take a while. That's why, like, if you ever seen a person go inpatient, they don't come out immediately. It takes them a good while. But this aligns a lot with what we've been talking about with the developmental milestones. And maybe this is an allegory towards Jax just losing themselves and having no hope. I might be overcooking here. And maybe abstraction really just is, from an English student. Yeah, because my big thing is, if it really was just, you know, automatic abstraction equals like they've taken their life, then there would be no point in attempting what Pomni's attempting. Like if Pomni was attempting that, it would have just been like nothingness. And them glitching out, maybe them being calm. But the fact that Pomni is able to go into their mind space and interact with the version of Jax that is not corrupted, that is still with the old schema, that for me highlights that this is not necessarily an aspect of, like, you know, them taking their life, but them losing their identity and the sense of self. So they still exist in that way. Now, I might be that might be copium. Again, I'm not Goose. I don't know what where their thoughts are. But if this is grounded in any form of, like, hey, you know, psychology, then that's one way to go ahead and interpret this. Because again, we don't need to be in this space with Jax. We don't need to be in this space with Jax. Maybe more of an aspect of them having to repair themselves and have some. Yeah. But at the same time, think about it this way, right? The whole aspect of this is we've had individuals. I'm going to back up just a little bit here. Like, abstract, but we've never really seen people go into their mind space like this because Kane wouldn't allow them to. Because Kane, we're done. We'll put them in the hole. Because Kane doesn't understand humans. But choose to begin a repair. Exactly. Guys, I don't know why. I feel like we're either cooking or we're overcooking, you know. And it could be ignorance on Kane's part, you know. We're also never seen people go into his mind space because we've never had to. Well, Kinger and his wife, right? We never really saw Kinger do that, or any other character in that capacity. So the fact that we're seeing this now showcases that there's more towards the mental state of these individuals. And even more so, if Jax were to stay, like, you know, as this abstracted individual, this abstracted form, in some capacity in there, for me, like, you know, say that, like, Jax for whatever reason stays in this abstracted form for a considerable amount of time, but maybe not to an aggressive extent, maybe a lesser, calmer version over a period of time, then that's showcasing that, yeah, this is a lot more like, you know, Jax going through a, like, mental health crisis, you know? So, I don't know. Eiley, I actually think that King would just put them away because he doesn't know what to do. Yeah, he would just change the topic of conversation. I didn't think it ever had because other people like King were way more not to get too close. Yeah, because a lot of people are afraid of and don't like, you know, of doing anything or even getting close. Do you think Kane is scared of abstraction? Have you ever seen a person have a mental health crisis? Like the first time you've ever witnessed individuals have a mental health crisis and not understood what was going on? The genuine question for you guys. Of people viewing those in a crisis. Exactly. Abstraction having an imagery of suicide, but it's inconsistent with that allegory, could be a commentary of people viewing those in crisis as if they're already gone. 100%. And that's one of the big things that I was trying to highlight with that is, if you, like, the first time you've ever experienced someone having a mental health crisis, how many of you, like, were scared? How many of you, like, didn't know what to do? How many of you immediately were like, well, someone should call the cops? Someone should, like, there's a lot of time. How many of you see yeah, exactly around them being hurt? Could be, absolutely. There's so many things out there. What does a mental health crisis mean? It could be anything. A person depersonalizing, derealizing, having a manic episode, could be 101 elements, And so I highlight all of this to showcase, like, maybe an individual that is abstracting. We've seen, again, that tolerance window is a person just hitting consistently out there, which leads towards these abstractions. Again, losing a sense of self, losing a sense of others in that regard. But if you don't know how to deal with an individual that's having a mental health crisis, guess what? A lot of people would react that way. A lot of people, unfortunately, do react that way. And a lot of people, unfortunately, view individuals that are having a crisis as, oh, well, they're just a burden on society. Oh, well, let's look the other way. It's like when a person's homeless, and they're asking for money. A lot of people don't view them in the eyes. A lot of people don't even view them as human, unfortunately. We're barely getting into this. Video end. If these are the different doors of Jax, right, and they all have a different headspace or a different element that made Jax abstract, then what is this door that has all of these things up that Jax doesn't want us to see? Is that one of Jax's most vulnerable elements? Or I hate to put it this way, I'm gonna throw it out there. I'm going to throw it out there, and it might be a little too much. And there maybe some people might come after me for saying this. Is this Jax essentially biggest, most vulnerable elements that are being put behind the door because ultimately they're not ready to have that conversation just yet? If we go through each door that is in here, is that a different door that needs to be worked on? A different door that Jax wants, that Jax needs attention with, right? With how it's locked up, Jax also probably doesn't want to see it. Yeah. The part of himself that he wants to hide. Yeah. Yeah. Or an allegory to it, Self-hatred, repressed trauma. Yeah. Absolutely. That's what I'm saying is, not a full mental health crisis, but that's, yeah. Is this what it looks like when you're having therapy, when you're in therapy with someone? So for me, here's what happens, and you guys might see this, right? Which is interesting. I always talk about a mind palace where I put in a lot of information, but you go to a therapist. Really good representation of this. Actually, a really great representation of this. And you're talking, right? And you're having a normal conversation, or what you think is a normal conversation. Every door, exactly. And you're like, oh, you know what? Growing up, I remember a lot of times mom and dad would struggle to go ahead and keep food on the table. So immediately it's like, okay, let's take a look into your childhood. I remember that mom and dad would dad would get drunk and, he would call me names, and mom would blame their relationships issues on me. Okay. So then trauma from parental issues. So that's door one. Issue that needs to be presented, right? And then inside of it, you keep talking about how, oh, you know what? You really struggled with relationships and friends growing up. So we're trying to find the pattern here, right? You struggle with knowing who you are currently. So identity, right? And even inside of that, you have a work life balance that unfortunately it's like out of whack. So work-life balance, identity, your relationships, your childhood, friendships, and romantic relationships. So the big question I would ask, like, so all of a sudden we have different avenues to touch on that need to be worked on. Because all of these, they're core issues that unfortunately at this point in time you've highlighted throughout our sessions that they need to be touched on. Okay, if it's identity, tell me about yourself. Who are you really? If we were to take away everything at your core, who are you at the end of the day? When you're done from work, when you're done from hanging out with friends, when you're not with your mom and dad or and your family or your caregivers, who is it that lies in bed at the end of the day? Who are you really? Let's talk a little bit about like what your likes and dislikes without having it be influenced by others. What do you truly like? What do you wish you could be? Let's talk about work. Does work overtake a good portion of yourself? And you see how we start to tackle these things on. And there might be a thread that connects everything from early childhood, but it's like we need to tackle on the main themes that are being presented before we keep diving in deeper and deeper and deeper. So seeing that this is being presented in this manner with all these doors and one of them clearly locked up, for me, it might be a topic that Jax maybe is not comfortable or ready yet to talk about, But we have other avenues that we can touch on before maybe those doors start loosening up a little bit for Jax to be comfortable, even slightly opening up the door before closing it, before that may be. So it's just a small and like subtle approaches until we're able to get to like the underlying issue, which might be behind that door over here. Anyway, with that being said,
Jax? I just want you to know that if you need anything or if you need to talk to anybody, I'm here for you. I know you need it, and I'm the only person who can help you.
This is Gestaltian therapy. It just finally clicked. While it is therapy that, Pomni's going in there, this is Gestaltian therapy. In case you guys don't know, Gestaltian therapy, you're killing me. I know I'm killing you. But at the end of the day, this is what we're here for. We're here for the analysis, not necessarily just for the show. This is Gestaltian therapy in the finest ways of showcasing.
You need me. I can fix you.
Oh, God. Yeah, that mask. Yeah.
What? We can't die from oxygen deprivation, remember?
Again. Yeah, that mask. I knew you'd react that way. That mask is so heavy, dude. That mask is so heavy. Well, I didn't kill you. But again, this is what drives it.
You need me. I can fix you.
Say that to an individual that's having a mental health crisis. Exactly. I can fix you. You need me, right? That's immediately triggering words. And that's immediately, yeah, maybe don't. So the reason why I showcase this is an excellent form to go ahead and talk a little bit about Gestaltian therapy. right, is because ultimately Gestaltian therapy uses a lot of like, how do I put it? The empty chair technique, right? Which at times it's like, hey, if you were inside your mind, right? If you could put the person that hurt you most in a chair in front of you, what would you say to them? They can't respond. They can only look at you. Or the person that you love the most, what would you say to them that you haven't had the opportunity to say to them, right? Having this opportunity to use the, like, going into their mind and like trying to help them out in this way, it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool semblance of it, right? But and just a juxtaposition of how Kinger talks to Pomni, right? But that's the thing is, if they're going through this, then ultimately they're not in the healthiest state of mind, right? And with this, you should allow them the opportunity to just express themselves like, Jax, are you okay? What's going on? I can fix you, immediately can trigger something. Exactly. It's a very similar to writing a letter type of thing. And if you're ever wondering, can someone going through a mental health crisis really attack you? Yes. If you've ever worked inpatient, yes. You will get grabbed, you will get punched and kicked at. And if you work inpatient as a psychologist, as a caseworker, whatnot, you cannot even put your hands on them. You have to use the least restrictive methods possible to help them, calm down or get to their bed or wherever they're going to, Yeah, that's a big...
What? We can't die from oxygen deprivation, remember?
So again, Pomni wasn't ready for that door. Yeah. All right.
Come on, guys, put some gusto into it. We're
Oh God.
the best funeral ever. It's what Zubul would have wanted. Remember, it's not a mourning of death. It's a celebration of life.
Sup?
Jax, why are you wearing
Oh?
Wearing what? Oh, this! I figured what better way to honor Zubul's spirit than by wearing something all gender freaky, right?
You're just doing it to make fun of them.
Isn't that what you're doing?
I hate you.
What? Don't act like you don't like it, sweet cheek.
Oh, Jax! Yeah.
Meet me in my room after the funeral. Don't be late.
So maybe Jax does have a thing. Hey, yo. What's interesting with this is maybe Jax is trans. Wait a minute. Or maybe they're scared of coming out as trans. And so you have Zubul, whose body parts, right, as we can tell as a character, hold on, hear me out. Which I'm like, yeah, hear me out here, right? Yeah, imagine doing this to someone's partner's funeral. But there's a reason why Jax shows up this way, right? And one of the big things, as Mouse pointed out here, right, was straight up saying like, I can only be feminine if it's funny and ironic in a way, but yet Zubul in a big way, right? Who's clear representation of like, hey, this is happening in this regard, right? Like body parts don't necessarily fit, right? And so like you have different parts that you can go ahead and do because it was Kane's design. Zubul has these conversations with it, right? But Zubul no longer being there for some reason allows Jax the opportunity to come out in this manner, which is interesting, and yet use it, right, even though it's funny and ironic and it's a joke, supposedly, right, as a way for him to get close to Gango, if you really want to put it that way, which is interesting because at times, does Jax thinks that others would judge him if they were to come out? Is Jax's identity or a portion of why they've abstracted yeah, poor Gangle, why they've abstracted, because they're not, they've had issues with identity and self. And a lot of this anger and repression comes out, or anger, abuse, all the cycles of power and control, and everything comes out, and hurting others in this manner, due to them not even being, again, the schema aspect, falling down because the world is no longer there. What is safe? What isn't safe? What is it? What is the self-identity? And a big aspect of this, and it might be a good way to go and showcase this, is there's too many individuals that will try and again, infantilize trans people. In case you guys are wondering, a lot of individuals, a lot of media, whatnot, will only try and either paint individuals as either black or white, right? Instead of saying, hey, we're all humans and we all struggle with good and bad aspects, bad parts altogether. Like their external self and internal self not aligning brought them to a breaking point. Exactly, Buttery. Exactly. Then I realized something about myself. Yeah. Oh, that is very interesting. But also, Jax really having a thing for Gangle here is like, whoa, wait a minute. Hey, yo. I know, because one of my crazy thing.
It's a celebration of life.
Sup?
Jax, why are you wearing that?
Wearing what? Oh, this! I figured what better way to honor Zubal's spirit than by wearing something all gender freaky, right?
You're
exactly,
doing
Maria.
it to make fun of them.
Isn't that what you're doing?
Oh.
I hate you.
What? Don't act like you don't like it, sweet cheek. Meet me in my room after the funeral. Don't be late.
What are you all doing? Get back to work!
And these might all be things. Maybe this aspect of like not being able to talk about freely about what you like or dislike, right? Yeah, like this might all just be, again, schemas, different interpretations of their world, of what like they genuinely think the world is like. Whoa. There's so much to break down there. Because you have twofold challenges. Number one, right? And if you notice, it's a different individual abstracting altogether. So I'm assuming that one of them is going to be Pomni's abstraction or form of abstraction. And maybe that's the one that Jax doesn't want Pomni to see. But if that's the case, every abstraction that we're seeing is a schema or a worry that Jax has, or some capacity that needs to be fixed. Pomni's reaction. Yeah. So, with that comes in the question. I guess comes in the big question. The one with the locks. Yeah. If Jax resents Zubul because he was bonding with Gangle over identity problems first. Yeah. Moke, that was actually one of the instances I was actually thinking about as well. Is, do you think that Jax resents Zubul? Or might have some sort of feelings in that regard, because Zubul was able to go ahead and have a conversation about identity, about self with Gangle, and not necessarily them in that regard, based on who abstracts. Because everyone has a different worldview depending on who they act with, and considering that this is your entire world, wouldn't your whole worldview be changed depending on what is happening inside of that? Interesting that with Ragatha abstracting, like, Jax becomes aggressive. With Zubul abstracting, Jax becomes a little bit more free and, can share a little bit more of themselves with Gangle there. Like, Jax likely envy them for being open. I do have to leave in just a little bit here. But that's sort of what I'm highlighting with this, is every single aspect that I'm noticing is a different schema, a different perspective, worldview that they were comfortable or not comfortable with at that point in time with said individuals, which might have led to the abstraction as a whole. Zubul being an openly out queer person that he thinks can't be that bad because he's bad. Yeah, 100%. But with that being said, everyone, hey, did part 1 of this analysis make you think? I hope we're only like 10 minutes and 15 minutes into the episode. Did it get you thinking a little bit more and maybe change some perspectives here and there of what you thought about it so far? I hope it did. I hope you guys have liked it. There's so much more to dig into this, especially when it comes into like the different schematics, like the schemas of each worldview in there. Yeah, so tomorrow we'll come back and join in here, you know, at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Jump right in and keep on going with the rest of this. Y'all are absolutely fantastic. We'll keep going on through. And I guess my main question, especially with what's being showcased on here so far, is Jax trans? I would say yes. On what's being showcased so far, on what we're seeing here so far, there's clear identity issues. There's clear everything being showcased at the moment. My point is, I would probably say yeah. From yeah. Or you know, that's a lot to take in. Anyway, thank you all so much. Y'all are amazing. Please remember to take care of yourself, or at least a gender freaky, yeah, non-binary, something like that, right? Gender freaky. But I would say it's leaning a lot more towards like a trans, you know, aspect of self, right? That maybe Jax is trying to keep within and not really showcase. Hence why, or trying to go to keep boarded up, because ultimately it's they think it's safer than letting it out. And there's probably going to be a lot of dynamics in there. But with that being said, there's a lot to dig in. Please be safe. Practice some self-care, everyone. Y'all are amazing. Thank you so much. Be safe, and I'll see y'all here tomorrow. Remember to sub, like, comment, share, subscribe, that horror deal. I'll see y'all later. Bye, y'all. It's been over 3 hours for tonight. Be safe. Hi, YouTube. Welcome on back. Hey, this is part 2 of the amazing digital circus finale. This is, you know, your favorite creator's favorite creator. And honestly, I'm so excited to be here. By the way, we are currently doing a subathon poll. We are doing a subathon on July 6th here on Twitch, where we're going over your favorite anime and video games. I think Deltarune is up on the poll. There's a lot of anime and video games up on the poll. Make sure to join the Discord to go ahead and vote on that. We would sincerely appreciate it. But with that being said, I hope you guys enjoyed the first part of the analysis, because I've been thinking a lot, and you know, the more that I think about it, the more that I'm like, okay, I feel like this is like, you know, there's a lot of aspects that are being showcased in here that is really pointing towards like a lot of insecurities that Jax is struggling with. And if we want to be honest about it, it feels like this might be a big focus altogether on these elements, like the whole being a brain scan. First and foremost, what does that do to a person? That's a destabilization. Like, your mind will literally have to process like you are not a human. You are not in a stable environment, stable world, stable whatever you want to go ahead and talk about in that matter, right? Like, you are no longer human, which is kind of wild if you really, yeah, you'd probably struggle quite a bit. And this is just a personal thing, right? I really wish that like we spent a little bit longer in that, but I get it. Like, as an animation and whatnot, this being the finale, like, we have to go, right? We have to push through and keep, like, you know, keep going. And that's one of the key elements through it is sometimes you're so limited in the animation space that as to what you have to like to showcase that like you have to move through it. I would have appreciated a little bit longer in a whole aspect of like maybe a couple minutes longer as to like what it means to deteriorate inside of that. How certain people may even choose to like cut ties altogether with others aside from Jax, right? Because that is such a heavy burden. Even though they have their support network, how do we connect back in? Now, is it still telling its message? It really, really is. But it's also really highlighting the fact that Jax doesn't have a lot of support. And I think it's really like showcasing even further that, hey, and this is just my opinion, you come after me, I guess, Jax is trans, you know? And she is really struggling with a lot of aspects of identity. And one of the big things, and I got an email about this saying yesterday, after we finish up the stream, saying, what is it, like, oh, someone abstracting is death. That was it. Like the email was like, you know what, like you should learn how to go ahead and take it, because abstraction is death. And it's like, is it though? Because from what we're seeing, they still have aspects of their personality still in there. From what we're seeing, they're in their own mind palace and their schema is just completely broken. Has there been anyone, voice actors or, Goose themselves, that has confirmed this in any capacity? From my understanding and from like what I'm looking at, it looks like it's just, an absolutely broken schema can be due to vulnerabilities, insecurities, a lot of these things, right? Oh, and there was another one that was saying like, what is it now that we're pushing an agenda by pointing out that, all the different elements that are being showcased in there, that like it's pointing to like, Jax is trans. Jax is a trans character, and that she as an individual is quite literally struggling a lot with aspects of identity and with what is being showcased, right? What they can go out and showcase. Always some rhetorical. So it's been very, very interesting. That like it's just some of the thought process and some of the emails that I've been getting lately in that regard. And it's like, also they're saying that like nothing that we're kind of pointing to showcases that, and it's like it kind of does. Like you just have to go ahead and pay attention to it as opposed to just immediately like zooming out in that regard. But with that being said, one of the big things I wanted to point out here, and it really made me worry a little bit more about Jax and who, whoever, like, if there is an IRL Jax out there, what it can be. And one of those is, how many of you guys know about trans struggles? And one of the big reasons, or even like non-binary, struggles in general. I'll showcase this in just a second. I want to talk about this, right? Because one of the big elements that it does showcase, at least to me as a mental health professional looking on in, is a lot of people take a mental health disorder as that person already being dead. How many of you have heard something like that? Oh, they're autistic. Oh, they're just depressed. They're always just depressed. They're anxious. They're just like that. Oh, they have schizophrenia. Oh, too many times do you hear individuals talking about the individual as a diagnosis, as the symptoms that they're going through, the struggles that they're going through, as opposed to the individual that is, and what they're dealing with, with being autistic or being transgendered. Yeah. Too many times do people only focus on the labels and not necessarily on the person. And they're already like counting them as dead just for being, for having a diagnosis, for being a little different, or for whatever that may be. It's the same thing with the abstraction. And in fact, it's the same thing that I see a lot with individuals that go inpatient, which is, oh, they're crazy. And so immediately family members and oftentimes society as well starts discounting them. What do you think society does to a lot of individuals that do become that do get labeled as SMI? What do you think that a lot of individuals get? They like when you become SMI, or you get a label of SMI, at times sure it can be very helpful for individuals to get the help that is needed, right, on one aspect. But on the societal aspects of things, guess what? That's a label that like unfortunately comes with a lot of stigma. In case you guys don't know, my mom is diagnosed with SMI, and at times she does have auditory and visual hallucinations. And I'll share this story with you because for me it's one of the major impacts that I had to deal with, that led me to my point of becoming a psychologist, to change. SMI stands for seriously mentally ill, and it's essentially any diagnosis can get to that level. If it's schizophrenia, if it's even depression, anxiety, anything like that, in that regard. And I've showcased this in the past, where I've gone to the doctor with my mom as a kid, and the doctor, because my mom, long story short, had some sort of a gum disease where her teeth started falling out. We went to the doctor, and this was when in her time with her new medication, to help her out. And the doctor at that point in time looked at her chart, saw she was SMI, and said, "You need to stop using drugs, ma'am. Like, it's all this drug use that you're consistently using. You know, it's all this." She's never touched drugs in her life. You know, as a kid, I was pretty much with her 24/7. And it's like and you know, this doctor wasn't a mental health professional, but there's a lot of discrimination. There's a lot of like already like writing the individual off before even getting to that element. Exactly. Yeah. Deal with that. My mother was bipolar and been stigma because of that. Yeah. And that's sort of the main thing that I'm highlighting with this is the way that I'm seeing abstraction is more like an individual that is like loss of identity, loss of self, you know, that is very deep into, you know, a depressive state, into a state of like not fully understanding their own self. Their schema is kind of broken. It's kind of like an individual that's going inpatient, that who knows what may happen over time. Maybe they do stay in that state, right? But maybe in a calmer way. Who knows? But the main aspect that I'm getting to is, for me, that like considering the fact that there's still aspects of them inside, that doesn't mean that they're dead. If you know, if Pomni can go into Jax's mind palace like this, Jax is still there. Now, physically, it might look like the abstraction, but Jax is still there. Now, I highlight all of this, and I hope that you guys are taking this into account, because here are just some of the basic stats out there. This is from 2022, and I'm sure that there's a higher one, right? 3 out of 10 trans adults, you know, have lost their jobs recently or live with someone who did, compared to the following. You know, just taking a quick look at these stats, you can already tell that there's going to be a lot of economic struggles and disparities, and a lot of this comes just simply from, unfortunately, discrimination and transphobia, if we're being honest about it. This is another wheel of power and control, and I haven't had the opportunity to bring it up just yet because, unfortunately, there wasn't really much of a need to be able to go out and have this conversation. But let's have this conversation, shall we? There's so much out there in terms of different forms of discrimination, of ableism, of, you know, ageism, of transphobia, of xenophobia, of stuff out there. And unfortunately, a lot of individuals don't understand how power and control works, and how even in society in of itself, sociologically speaking, and I think I talked about this in part 1, there is so much that is being shared when, like, for example, Mexican culture, straight up about it, machismo. One of the biggest aspects that is often pushed into males, right? Which is, be a man, right? Don't cry. You know, there's so much out there that is being like put in there as to like what it means to be a man, what it means to be a man, that it, like, you know, in this is just, you know, speaking in the Mexican American experience, you know, that all of a sudden trying to go ahead and come out as even like demi or a part of the LGBTQ you know, spectrum in general. Guess what? Now you're going against a system that has been in place, that has had power for a while, that has been showcasing that if you're not this, you are wrong. And so you have a lot of individuals that go to extremes, right, to try and prove themselves that they are a man, right, even though deep inside they might not feel that way. And they have to mask, right, and that mask can become so heavy at times that it's hard to go and be like, hey, I actually feel this way. I actually am this way, and this is why. Because that mask at times can push us to experience and feel so many different things, right? And they mask around the family. Yeah, no, 100%. Like, that's what I'm saying is, if you take a look at this, it's like, you know, what are marginalized communities? What does that come out with, right? Like, what does that mean, right? So just taking a look at this, it's like, who has had power for a good portion of in a while? By the way, power doesn't necessarily mean like, oh, well, right now, you know, that they're going to have power over you, but institutionally for a period of time, right? Historically, if we're going to go and talk about that, right? Who often gets looked at for promotions? Who often gets looked at for higher level executive positions? For whose opinions are usually valued when it comes to any form of decision making? When it comes to law, or anything like that, you start understanding how struggles, how much work the marginalized community usually is. usually is, you know, and how much they have to go ahead and go through that. White men. Well, that's why that's there. It's like, you know, if you can tell in there, it's like inside of a country, it's usually like citizens, cis men, you know, because if we're gonna be straight up about it, right? A lot of times cis relationships are the ones that are cis men are usually the ones that are highlighted, you know, depending on where you are, post-secondary, able-bodied, Western, usually middle-aged, again, straight, male, Christian, white, married, English or French. You know, if you have the more that you have in this, the more that you're usually empowered inside of a society. And the more that you have marginalized traits, guess what? The more that you will probably face some sort of discrimination. Whether it's heterosexism, ableism, ethnocentrism, transphobia, xenophobia, right? If you're an immigrant coming to a different country, if you have low income, then classism, right? Why are you on welfare? Why are you on this, right? Indigenous people, guess what? Colonialism, right? Where oftentimes, you know, it's like, oh, why, like, you know, why do they partake? There's so many different styles and aspects out there that, like, unfortunately come to play where individuals, you know, affect others, or like individuals that have some sort of power can affect others. Now, does this make sense as to why I worry about a lot of the characters? Not just Jax in particular, but just some of the characters in general. I know that Jax is one of the clear representations, but others as well. Anyway, with that being said, because I could yap endlessly about all of this. Yeah, I can yap endlessly about all of this, but no, thank you guys for listening. But I think it's about time that we continue with the amazing digital circus. It's gonna be a fun one. Let's do it. Is this what would be considered like mind melding? Because in a way, right? Yeah, how can it be dead if they even display emotions in an abstracted state? Exactly. Like, in a way, isn't this like attuning yourself, you know, to, yeah. Huh. Establishing a link, a deep connection to be able to come in like this. It's fun visuals.
Jax?
What does Ragatha mean to Jax, though? For him to lose his school like this and have a huge mask. What does Ragatha really mean to Jax? And what does she hold, right? I don't know.
I just want you to know that if you need anything, or if you need to talk to anybody, I'm here for you. I know you need it. And I'm the only person who can help you. You need me. I can fix you.
Oh. Oh.
What? We can't die from oxygen deprivation, remember?
You know, that's quite a scene for someone that's dead According to the emails. I can fix you, Pomni. No. Yeah, that's what I highlighted yesterday as well was you know, we have to be very careful with that language, you know, like I can fix you. Yeah.
Come on, guys, put some gusto into it. We're gonna make this the best funeral ever. It's what Zubul would have wanted. Remember, it's not a mourning of death. It's a celebration of life.
Gosh. Oh gosh.
Jax, why are you wearing that?
Wearing what? Oh, this! I figured what better way to honor Zubul's spirit than by wearing something all gender freaky, right?
You're just doing it to make fun of them.
Isn't that what you're doing?
I hate you.
What? Don't act like you don't like it, sweet cheeks. Meet me in my room after the funeral. Don't be late.
What are you all doing? Get back to work!
By the way, Jax's eyeliner was like on point, but also it does make me wonder about one particular character a little bit here. Disappearing Man. What if they're just an incomplete scan of a brain? And that's why they just keep disappearing. Because they took it off before they got a full brain scan. And so they only got a portion, and they're like, you know, it's just appear and disappear. They didn't even get the full facial structure or anything. Disappearing guy lore, yes. Yeah, that'd be funny. It's like he put it on, just took it off, and didn't allow for like a full scan. Oh, that'd be great. That's why he disappears randomly. Get back to work. Oh. If he doesn't want to show you, it's clear.
You killed the only person I've ever loved. Now I'm going to kill you.
Sheesh, you just blame me for everything, don't you? I gotta do something about this. I think this calls for a change in scenery.
Put this into perspective. Ragatha dies. Anger. Deep anger. Visible. Zubul dies. The harassment and flirtation with Gangle continues. Gangle dies, and it's almost cartoonish, where it's as though time just keeps going forward, right? It's interesting because it is a lot of different personalities, but more specifically, it's like a dismissal of Gangle entirely. Most importantly, because of this, right? It's nothing like seeing the fact that Jax deteriorates with Ragatha like dying or abstracting or whatever may have happened there. What does Ragatha know about Jax's past, or what secret did they confide in one another, or what core element is there? Maybe a sense of guilt, maybe a sense of denial. Because sometimes here's what happens. In short, short and long, there's a word that I love to use. It's called propinquity. Okay. Oftentimes, some individuals that you may like or you may hate, you can grow close to. And at times, if those individuals know your history as to what you've gone through, positive and or negative, and you are to lose them, it's like losing a part of yourself, or the last part of yourself that keeps you grounded. So it's making me wonder if Ragatha's been there and has seen ups and downs of Jax in a way that like others haven't, right? And maybe understood a core dynamic, or maybe understood Jax to a further point, and that's ripped. Even though they might not get along, that's still like ripping a part of them, you know? That's still like ripping a part of them apart. She was there when he arrived, yes. But that's sort of where this comes in, is propinquity can usually happen over closeness, right? Proximity. Shared secrets. Hidden, hidden themes. Have a long history for sure. Yeah. And it can also be the assumption, right? Yeah, she did say they were friends. It can also be the assumption that I think you know something. Like, let's say that, I don't know, Aku and I were hanging out, right? And I assumed that they saw like a deep, dark secret of mine somewhere, right? I can't verify it for sure, but I assume that Aku hanging out with me, they figured this out, or they knew something about me, right? At that point in time, my propinquity levels would start skyrocketing in that regard. Where even though, like, let's say that we stopped being friends, we started like disagreeing or whatnot, it would still be that aspect of like, there's a part of me, that we may disagree, whatnot, but that they hold that is a vulnerable part of me. That is why when we're talking about the grief wheel, when we're talking about all of this stuff, we have to understand where does anger come from? Because anger, in a big way, is a primal emotion. And even if you're trying to mask it because of whatever else may be in there, that is huge, especially if you're starting to deteriorate, and especially if you're masking like that. And even further than that, especially if you're going through this. These are the stages of grief. And you have anger, frustrated outpouring of bottled up emotions, right? Through that mask. Oh, this is happening. Let's go ahead and try like some of these other elements. And sometimes you don't see this because it can showcase that, like, for them, that mask may be so heavy that they're trying not to showcase, or that it affects them in some capacity. But for Ragatha, that's
That's all, freaks.
out to lunch.
How the hell did you get in here? We have a strict no girls allowed policy.
Oh.
Why are you wearing that? I wouldn't be caught dead wearing that. I'm wearing it ironically. That way it shows truly just how little I care. Don't forget about me. I can play the piano. If you have to say you can play the piano, it makes it seem like you can't actually play. Yeah, just shut up and play!
Interesting how in this one, right, for Jax's door inside of this, right?
How did you get in here? We have a strict no girls allowed policy. Why are you wearing that?
A lot of it seems to be the cognitive distortions at play, right? And you're seeing a lot of the honestly, the toxic masculinity that's coming through.
I wouldn't be caught dead wearing that. I'm wearing it ironically. That way it shows truly just how little I care.
Even inside of that, right? The jokes that are being used. But yet the one that's playing the piano...
Don't forget about me. I can play the piano. If you have to say you can play the piano, it makes it seem like you can't actually play. Yeah, just shut up and play. Have to sing it. I apologize.
The one that's drinking, right? The one that's criticizing everything. The one that's going through and showing up ironically and using slurs. But yet the one that's playing the piano that at times is sensitive and is saying like, you know, a bit more artistic or whatnot, is the one that's locked up. But and yet there's another one or something else that seems to be behind a door here that's completely chained up beyond chains, kind of showcasing and alluding, you know, that there's something that Jax doesn't want us to see. That Jax does not want us to see in any capacity. So there's a chained up one, the artistic one, right? The one that's kind of like, oh, I can play the piano, that can volunteer, that's more open, that's whatnot. All the other ones that kind of showcase like, hey, this is what it's like to be, or the own representations of what they think a Jax should be, in keeping everything else locked up. That's crazy.
How the hell did you get in here? We have a strict no girls allowed policy. Why are you wearing that? I wouldn't be caught dead wearing that. I'm wearing it ironic.
Do you think they're all aspects of Jax, or is one the real Jax? I think this is why we're talking about identity confusion. And I think this leads up, I hate to put it this way, strictly into this being a schema break, right? So for example, schema break, and I'm surprised that it hasn't happened to the others, and maybe it did happen to like some of the others as soon as they started finding out that there was maybe no way out, or that there were brain scans, right? Where they start derealizing, and all of a sudden for them it just might be like there's no way out. But for Jax it might be there's no way out and I'm confused, right? So it's, I think no one wants to say they do something ironically to actually, ironically if they do it more than once. I think with this though, it's all the different versions as to what Jax thinks that Jax is, that Jax should be. It's all these different, like, who is Jax? What mask is he wearing? What mask are they wearing in general?
That way it shows truly just how little I care. Don't forget about me. I can play the piano. You know, if you have to say you can play the piano, it makes it seem like you can't actually play. Yeah, just shut up and play!
Is that what you really think of us back there?
Oh, that? Who knows? Everything's way more fun when you play it out in extremes.
Again, right? Masking is one of those key elements, right? You know, I hate to put it this one, but sometimes if you play it in extremes, it's like, where do you lie? If you keep testing the boundaries, what are you really? Who are you really? Especially if you're keeping versions of yourself locked up that you don't want others to interact with or truly see. Especially if you don't want people interacting with, you know, the ones that like you have playing the piano, or the one that probably behind that door that you have all locked up.
That's not reality, though.
Oh
Yep.
boy,
Why does that
reality's
matter?
gay. Yeah, I mean, killing off the comic relief character? What a freaking drag. This whole episode's been nothing but wah, wah, wah. Where's the levity? Shut up! Wah, wah, wah. Where's the levity? Shut up!
Yeah, that's repression. That is a clear showcase of repression. Well, alrighty then. Yeah. Not only that, it's an angry, worried shut up. Not all three of them have to respond, but all three of them are worried and angry of the version of them that's probably behind that door. Yeah. Yeah. The door is something he doesn't even want to acknowledge it exists at all. Yeah, exactly. But here's the thing. A lot of individuals, depending on where you grew up, right? And again, we talked a little bit about like the power dynamics inside of that. How easy or how hard was it to come out to your parents or to your loved ones or even to yourself and acknowledge the fact that like, hey, you might be gay or you might be queer or you might be trans? How hard or easy was it to come through and acknowledge that for yourself? Did it in an aspect, did you fight yourself in any capacity? Were you like, no, yes, or maybe it was easy for you? You got outed, Nikolai? Yeah, I was about to say for some individuals, and how was that? Like, because I know that like some people have a hard time whenever individuals come through and out them almost immediately. It's like, what? It was cool. Even your grandparents probably buy, but not entirely sure. That's yeah. Since your parent, exactly, religiosity is a big one. I cried when I realized I was trans. It was hard for myself. I got outed as trans to my dad by my school. Really haunted. Oh, I was hard. I spent a year of debating it myself for feeling guilty. My mother thinks it's a disease. Oh, Aku. I'm semi came out. I was really downplaying it because of feelings of shame and embarrassment. Easy for myself. I'm too scared to tell my family. You see, everyone's had a different expectation, a different how to experience with it. One of the big ones that I'll showcase with this is how many of you like, because I've had many kids and teenagers and whatnot that when they came out to their parents told them that they're sick, that they're sick in the head, that it's a mental health disorder, that they're not being a man or a woman. And what do you think that does to a lot of individuals? A lot of repression. A lot of repression. Because all of a sudden you're fighting yourself and you're fighting, like you're fighting this aspect as to what is home. And like, do you try and find yourself in your identity and feel comfortable in that regard? Or do you challenge the family dynamic system at play? All right, we're going to back it up just a little bit here because there's something that piqued my brain here as well. And I know we're having this conversation here, right? Which a big one is this. Number one, please be respectful to one another. If anything, people can have differing opinions, as long as it doesn't lead to any form of transphobia or, any form of an attack on any of our non-binary LGBTQ pals. Like, you can have your opinion. That's A-okay. And we should be respectful of one another. That is a key thing in this. But also, I wanted to talk a little bit about that experience altogether, right? Because we were talking a little bit about, like, repression and how does that come about? And repression at times can be like, if your current worldview, yeah, exactly. If your current worldview doesn't allow you the opportunity to, like, we'll bring this up. Sorry, there's a lot to talk about in this finale, isn't there? People probably thought that, like, it was going to go super quick. I'll put it this way, chat. When like, let's say that I've met and I've done a lot of therapy with a lot of young kids, a lot of adults, a lot of individuals that unfortunately got kicked out as well for coming out as gay, trans, demi, whatever they came out as. Unfortunately, they like at times they felt like their family. Like if they were fully fully there, all of a sudden their self-esteem took a hit. All of a sudden respect by others and respect by self took a hit. All of a sudden the aspect as to who they thought family that was going to be there for them took a hit. Friends took a hit because all of a sudden, will your friends really be there? And there's a lot of this back and forth and anxiety that's in there. Security of body, right? Are you even comfortable in yourself? And in the family as well, and in health, and in property and in morality. And guess where they're at? A lot of individuals end up in sort of that yellow baseline, primal elements like need, where they're trying to go ahead and survive. So it becomes pretty difficult at times for a lot of individuals. You lose a whole lot. You can lose a whole lot, especially if individuals aren't open, to, seeing you as the individual that you are, and rather seeing the mask or the identity that they think that you should be, right? So you lose a whole lot of support just from that. So if you're in the yellow, how hard is it for you to be your true authentic self? How hard is it for you to come to full terms as to what is happening and what is going on? How hard is it for you to like come up and be able to go ahead and like not repress things or not be able to go and it is difficult. It is so difficult. If you don't have your stability, a lot of stability, it is going to be a whirlwind to be able to do things, right? The pyramid way of looking makes sense. Regression when working on higher levels would mean being forced into lower levels. Yeah. Yeah. And that's the thing is, I always highlight this. You don't have to have every single thing in the pyramid of needs, right? Nobody does. Everyone's working on something, right? But you should have a majority of the things in here. But if, like, let's say that you're not sure of your own, like, self as an individual and your own sexual intimacy, which, you know, or your own self in that regard, or you're not sure of your own, like, family is going to be there for your, what family means, or if you don't even have friends, guess what? You're missing a huge chunk in there. And if you're not sure of your own body and your own identity, and, you know, you're struggling to find employment and resources, and, you know, even uphold your morality and health and whatever, you're yeah, it can be quite a bit. It can be a journey and a relapsing journey of up and down through the hierarchy of needs. So I really showcase this because I think it's important to know that, like, whenever I see, like, you know, this sort of scenario, we're looking at someone that probably had to go through quite a bit of repression, and considering all the traits that, and the toxic traits that Jax has shown, which, by the way, I'm actually kind of glad that they're showcasing this, because I would hate, I wouldn't hate, but I would dislike it if Jax was like infantilized. I can already hear a debate out there on one side, right? Like, I would hate if Jax was just completely infantilized, and it's like, oh, we're finding this out, and then, like, all of a sudden it's like, oh my god, you know, he's this perfect individual, and it's like, no one's perfect. Everyone's flawed. Everyone has issues. Everyone has issues. And the fact that Jax is, like, you know, as a character from episode 1, right, we're still showcasing these issues, showcases, like, hey, that's sort of what a real person goes through, right? They don't just magically get better because we start finding out a little bit more about their identity. And I hate instances where stuff is just, like, you know, trying to be sugarcoated like that, you know. On the other hand, I can see toxic people trying to make an argument on the other element being like, oh, you know, trans character coming through and having all these negative traits, and, you know, commits abstraction, which to them might be suicide. And it's like, are we watching the same show? Because what I'm seeing here is, again, number one, I don't think abstraction is suicide. And number two, why is there such a need to try and infantilize trans people? Like black and white instead of the gray that everyone is. Everyone is gray. Everyone has good and bad elements. Everyone at times can be pretty toxic, myself included. You know, I play a little bit of Call of Duty and I become, or Elden Ring, and I can become quite toxic, you know. So I really highlight this because it's important to realize that, like, you know, no one is a saint, no one is perfect, and everyone has issues. I like it and or hate it, you know. Yeah. Anyway, y'all ready to continue? Let's keep going. You know, I think he might be trying. Yeah, exactly. The Modern Warfare 3 lobby talk never leaves you. And it's almost gotten me in trouble many a times, you know, because sometimes you get in there and it's like, ah! Everyone is flawed. Exactly. Everyone is flawed. That's the key regard with that. All right, let's keep going.
How the hell did you get in here? We have a strict no girls allowed policy.
Is that why you have that door chained up? Is that why that door's locked up?
How the hell did you get in here? We have a strict no girls allowed policy.
Oh. Maybe. Well. Well. Oh, damn. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. And Daisy Bell's playing on the piano.
Why are you wearing that? I wouldn't be caught dead wearing that. I'm wearing it ironically. That way it shows truly just how little I care. Don't forget about me. I can play the piano. You know, if you have to say you can play the piano, it makes it seem like you can't actually play. Yeah, just shut up and play!
Jax, actual question for you. For you guys in general, for all of you. How's your relationship with your parents? Do you guys have a good and healthy relationship with your parents, or do you guys struggle to connect with them? Have you gotten into arguments or discussions or points where they don't see eye to eye with you, and so you've had to go ahead and repress your identity and repress yourself with them? You know, with aspects of who you are and who you want to be. Do you ever feel judged as though you're trying your best to put out a hand and try and meet them halfway, but sometimes they don't fully connect with you in any capacity, or they don't hear you for you? Good with mother, bad with father. Distant but not bad. And why so? Like, what do you wish that your parents would have done differently? What do you, like, if you could do one thing to, like, that your parents could do, like, in this moment, what would that be that could better their relationship with you? When was the last time that your parents said that they were proud of you? When was the last time that your parents hugged you and said that they loved you and cared for you and that really they want you to follow whatever makes you happy? And if you hadn't got to experience that, right? What would that mean for you? If you guys had an actual conversation where, you know, maybe your dad or your mom isn't emotionally unavailable or isn't drowning away their sorrows in alcohol and, you know, or judging you for who you are or what you do, right? I'm looking at Jackson. He's reminding me a lot of like some of the teenagers that I used to work with and a lot of the young adults I used to work with who at times would have parents that were, you know, very much, you know, discriminating against anything that went against religion, against the social hierarchy. Dad would be drunk in the evenings all the time after work, and mom didn't want anything to steer away from their predefined aspects as to what life meant. You know, I look at Jackson. I'm seeing like I see a scared kid. That's what I see. I see a scared kid that learned defense mechanisms, and the only defense mechanism that they learned was, okay, I'm going to go ahead and throw up all the defense mechanisms, repress my true feelings and self, don't be vulnerable to others, because that way it doesn't allow them the opportunity to hurt me. That's what I see. I see Jax as a scared kid that, like, unfortunately is scared of being vulnerable because maybe his caregivers weren't truly there for them.
Is that what you really think of us back there?
Oh, that? Who knows? Everything's way more fun when you play it out in extremes.
That's not reality, though.
Oh boy,
Why does that
reality's
matter?
gay. Yeah, I mean, killing off the comic relief character? What a freaking drag. This whole episode's been nothing but wah, wah, wah. Where's the levity? Shut up!
Where's
Happy
the
Pride
real
Month,
Jax?
everyone.
You're not gonna get anywhere asking questions like that. Now scram! You're messing up our game.
Do any of you have a key to this door?
Nope. And even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. You women need to learn to quit prying all the time. Wow. I hope that doesn't also happen to me.
Oh. Valid throw, though. Valid throw. Valid throw, though. Good aim, Pomni. Oh? IRL? I'm assuming, yeah. If this is Jax, then there's a couple big things that it's coming up out from this. Is IRL Jax homeless? The car driving, all of that stuff, and if they are, then that kind of leads towards a big avenue, like the aspects that I've been talking about, chat. That leads towards such a big avenue, and a lot of the things that we've been talking about. You know, not just glamping outside, you know, or sleeping in the car, but like legitimately, if they are homeless and they've been dealing with a lot of this stuff. Yeah. Now look at the hand. They didn't have to showcase it, but they do. They didn't have to focus in on the hand, but they do. Why? Hands are commonly used as our agents of change. You know, hands are commonly used, yeah, as an agent of change in this regard. And just to have that focus in on it, you know, that focus on it particularly makes me wonder if maybe Jax, RL Jax at this point in time decides something or makes a evitable change, you know? Yeah, hands could do a lot of expression when you can't show the full face. 100%. 100%. What the? Oh, wrong one. Oh.
Okay. Wait. What's...
Whoa, it's okay. I know it's a lie.
Get away from me! I look... stupid.
I remember that feeling. It goes away eventually. Hot chocolate's pretty good. Kafmo and I made it kind of a tradition to come up here and get it every week.
Oh.
Can't even tell it's not real.
Hey!
Oh, he laughed! Ah, yes, we did it!
Shut up!
And so they actually had friends. Yeah, and his voice seems a lot more genuine.
You caught me off guard.
A laugh's a laugh. I mean, you gotta start somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm just mad it was you instead of me.
Well, yeah, you're not funny.
Damn it, Jax.
Hey, Ribbit, you want to be on my team again?
Sorry. I'm gonna be showing Jax around this time.
No worries, y'all have fun.
Even that interaction with Ragatha is so different. Oh, a real soft voice and not just a cartoony, over the top, you know, voice in that regard. And my poor traumatized children.
Hey,
my god, same. I used to swear so much, but the censoring annoyed the shit out of me.
You gotta watch out for her. She's gonna corrupt you.
Okay.
He's such a...
What if... Oh no, Jax. Oh no. I love the room, by the way. That is such a cool room. That is such a red flag to throw up there. Like, just randomly. And it could even just be the memories of her, you know? Oh.
Today's adventure was really fun.
I'm glad I could cheer you up.
Have you ever done something that you regret?
Yeah? Have you ever breathed air?
I mean, like, something you did out there that you can no longer make up for and you can't stop thinking about. I cut ties with my parents when I moved out.
Ooh.
They were devout Mormons, and I wasn't. Despite that, I still wish I could see them again. But I'm stuck here.
Oh.
Is this your way of trying to get me to open up?
Oh.
It's my way of letting you know I trust you.
Oh. Oh. Here's the thing. Jax at this point in time, when they came into the circus at this point in time, remember, they might be at that yellow red, barely touching the green, right? By the way, I love Ribbit. I mean, honestly, would 100% probably like fall for someone like Ribbit. Things an ulterior motive, yeah. No, 100% silly kitty. Instantly, right? There's like something else going in there. But let's put it like this. For real. For real. But looking at this though, right? Looking at this, Jax is barely establishing this green. What was I just talking about earlier, chat? Relapse. Especially when you feel like you're opening up too quickly, or establishing yourself too quickly, or things are going too good and they've never gone too good in your life, or maybe you got pushed a little bit and your boundaries get tested. Relapse happens more often than you think. And that's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that this is all just one self-fulfilled prophecy of destruction, essentially, for Jax. Because ultimately, opening up, being vulnerable, and maybe at times being too vulnerable can lead towards an individual who wasn't ready to be there to start relapsing. And relapsing into the red, yellow, and then the process push everyone away. I want to hug Jax so bad. And that's real. That's realistic. People do this all the time. Is Ribbit what Jax needs? It depends, Aku. Here's the thing, right? You should always feel comfortable in being yourself and opening up, right? And sometimes a good friend can get you to go ahead and do that. And having deep conversations, deep topics like this. But even from that, sometimes you have to take a step back to take another step forward. Sometimes you do, sometimes relapse is a part of the healing process, and I think that's an important thing to mention. You know,
I told you I was homeless.
Would Jax be able? Yeah, and that's the main thing, silly kitty. Is would Jax be even able to accept certain things?
What else do you need to know? I told you I was homeless. What else do you need to know?
Yep.
Do you trust me?
Oh. Here's the thing about dealing with youth that are homeless, right? With youth that are going through quite a bit of that have a lot of trauma, that are going through quite a bit of things. For us, that seems like a reasonable thing, right? Like, Aku, do you trust me, right? That seems like a reasonable question. But if you're in a state of fight or flight, what do you think that comes off as? At first, it can come off good, but then, again, if you've been in fight or flight, ulterior motives. What is the ulterior motives? What is happening there, right? Why do they want to get close to me? You know, you're trying to pry into my life. You're trying to get me to open up. You're trying to force me to be vulnerable in a moment in time where I don't want to be vulnerable. I shared with you with what I was comfortable sharing with you. And it's always about you, right? It's always about you trying to come in and see what's wrong with me. And, you know, when we all know that, like, the whole reason why everything's going wrong is because of you, right? Why are you trying to pry into my life when I'm giving you what's socially acceptable? But clearly, right, you're not, like, it can turn into this dynamic of just adding more and more pressure, because it's that fight or flight mechanism that is in there. Because ultimately, again, this is why you have to allow people to come at you at their pace, at their level, right? Because everyone's everyone's looking for a different thing in their relationships, you know. Everyone's looking for a different thing in their own relationships. So you can't push someone to open up or to be vulnerable, or, you know, to come to terms with whatever they might be going through, right? It's like you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. If you force a horse to drink, it's gonna kick back. You know, it's gonna run away. Like, it's gonna hate you. Like, you know, what you can do though is you can lead the horse to water, and if it tries to go away, you can lead the horse to water again. But you can't force it to drink. It's the same thing with therapy, right? If a person can be like, hey, I have a lot of issues, right? And you can give them resources to go to therapy, but it's up to them, up to when they feel ready to go to therapy. Otherwise, imagine if you're forced to go to therapy, how helpful is that going to be? Time, and at times, like, testing the waters, like dipping your toe a little bit, right? There's so many little steps and processes that a person has to come to terms with, you know, as they start getting ready for things, because it's got to be an internal motivation for change as opposed to external factors. When external factors start asking you to change or start forcing change on you, it never ends pretty. It never ends pretty. And at times, it can be, for a period of time, it can be like, yes, but how long until you relapse into your old ways, you know? It was not very helpful. Exactly. Isn't always enough either. And that's the thing, though, is sometimes a person may never be ready. And we have to be okay with that, no? Sometimes a person may never be ready to open up to you. And that is A-okay. That's the thing, is we're not always going to be superheroes. Even as a therapist, even as a psychologist, I know this. There's going to be people that I just don't connect with. You know, there's going to be people out there that, like, I can be the most knowledgeable psychologist and therapist out there, and they can be in my office, right? But they may never be in that point in time, in that moment, to open up, and that is A-okay, because I might not be that person for them. Yeah, do you want to share is a better question. Absolutely. And that's sort of the thing, is, like, you know, and same thing with friends. That's why some friends will connect with you a little bit different, that they connect with a different friend, or they might go deeper into a conversation with another friend. Like, we all serve a different purpose, you know. And even as an expert in the field, I know how to get people to talk about certain things, right? But the aspect for motivational change has to come from the individual, not from me. I can be motivated for them to change, but if they're not motivated for them to change, themselves to change, then I can only go so far. So that's a big thing in there, you know. Anyway, I highlight that because I've seen that a lot, right? I've seen that a lot, like, oh, well, then, like, we've all been there for them, right? And they just haven't been ready. And it's like, yeah, because that's their journey. That's not our journey, you know. We can be there. We can applaud for them for when they're ready to take that step, for whoever they take that step with. But our job is not to go ahead and force them to take that step. That's a bit rough.
Yeah, but it's just... It's kind of a lot.
You're kind of a lot.
Oh.
But I still like you.
Oh.
A lot is fine.
A lot is fine, huh? had a weird relationship with my parents.
Yeah. 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 I say this because it all lines up.
They split when I was just starting high school. I was never close with my dad. He was there, but he also kind of wasn't. He never seemed proud of me, and I always felt like a disappointment to him. Like I could never live up to his standards. When they split up, I just never saw him again.
Avoidant attachment. Avoidant, fearful attachment, as we've talked about it. That hurts, especially for a kid. That hurts, especially for a kid. And even as an adult, if your parents separate, your caregivers separate, that's gonna hurt, you know? So let me guess. Your relationship with your mom started to become toxic to a point where you can't even illustrate who you are identity-wise or even self-wise due to this fallout that's been consistently happening and there being no support. And it all kind of falls in line once you start putting the pieces together, especially for his masking, for Jax's masking in general, and how Jax interacts with others. And for me, I even in therapy, when someone's opening up too much too quickly and they've never opened up beforehand, do you know what we do? At times, don't get me wrong, we will definitely hear someone open up. We pump the brakes. We pump the brakes for their safety. We pump the brakes because if someone has never opened up before and they start really sharing and going into details, right? And elements like this, it's like, hey, you know what? I feel like, you know, it's like I'm there, like, you know, I can't understand what you're going through. You know, I'm there for you. Like, I can't even imagine everything that you must have gone through. But it sounds like you've gone through quite a bit. So let's go ahead and, like, you know, put a little pin in that, and we can revisit, like, continue on from here in the next one. Because if you open up altogether, that's a door that's willing to be hurt. And a lot of individuals, when they've opened up a door and they're extremely vulnerable, you know what they try and do so quickly? Because they've opened up and it looks like everyone's able to see inside. They try and slam that door shut. Because all of a sudden it's scared that they've overshared and that they've been way too vulnerable. Yep. They try and slam that door shut because vulnerability, I just opened up to you and I shared with you what I've never shared with anybody else, really, what I've tried to keep to myself. And that's why, as a therapist, as a psychologist, you know, mental health professionals, we always try and gauge, like, okay, you know what, like, thank you, like, you know what, I feel like we've shared a lot. We ground it back and we try and go ahead and, like, break it up into chunks, manageable chunks in that manner. How do you know when it's too quickly? When you start seeing how much it's affecting you as you're going through the story. Exactly. Everything can't happen all at once. I hope that these elements of me breaking it down like this and also sharing this with you guys is helping you understand Jax a little bit more, and as well as why I see a relapse happening from this. Like, I hope this helps you understand that, like, hey, you're actually taking notes. Like, okay, good.
I thought I got along better with Mom, but after he was gone, she changed.
Yeah. See, at this point in time, I probably would have called it. Look at Jax's eyes. That's a fight or flight state. Look at Jax's eyes. Look at their breathing patterns. Look at look at even how they are at the moment, right? Crisscross applesauce.
Never seemed proud of me, and
Yeah.
I always felt like a disappointment to him. Like I could never live up to his standards. When they split up, I just never saw him again. I thought I got along better with Mom, but after he was gone, she changed. When I showed weakness, I was less of a man than him. When I lashed out, I was just as bad as him. It was confusing. It was like she missed him, but also hated him. And I became the target of all that. One stupid day, I was just kind of fed up with it. I told her something I regret telling her. Something deep and personal that I thought would get her off my back.
She was projecting her father, Jax's father, onto him. And so Jax probably told their mom that he will never be a man. Jax probably, and because seeing that Jax's mom is projecting, oh, and let me guess, mom didn't take that too well. Oh, that is yeah, it's heartbreaking, and the way that like they've established this so clear as well, right? Aside from something deep and personal, right? Look at the way that the
When they
wording is
split
used.
up, I just
No, Lux, it's not emotional incest, it's projection. It's a defense mechanism that a lot of parents use in this aspect. Whenever there's difficulties even in their own relationships, guess what? Oftentimes, a lot of parents will project issues onto their kids, and it comes from an aspect of even immaturity and not knowing how to be parents, unfortunately, because a lot of individuals, when they have kids, they don't go through a parenting class. They don't know what it is to be a parent. They don't know like what is safe and appropriate boundaries, and what you should how you should communicate with your kids and shouldn't communicate with your kids. Even like there's so many individuals out there that don't have that full conception of what good parenting is. So at times they think, oh, because your dad has done this to me, I'm going to project all these negative emotions onto you as kids, because ultimately you share their genes, right? It can be emotionally exhausting, and that's what I'm saying. Like for this is just really bad defense mechanisms and boundaries and everything that parents have just developed. And when we're looking at this, look at the way that like mom, the way that Jax is showcasing that mom was projecting dad onto them. And so they shared something that they thought would break this projection, which of course is sort of what I'm leading to, is Jax probably shared that, like, you know what? Yeah, I'm not him because I am her. It's the best way for me to put it. It could be a mix of both, and then look at the way that this is probably going to dissolve into something a lot. Like probably the relationship is going to take a sour turn from this, because ultimately for mom, we can talk about discrimination or anything, right? For mom, this is safety. For mom, projection, displacement, of Jax into this box that used to be filled by dad. You're just as bad as him. Wow, you're just like your father. All of these things, right? But Jax came through, and let's say that Jax was like, "Hey, I am Jax, right? And you know what? I'll never be like him because I am actually she, her." What do you think happens to somebody that's already filled Jax into this box? It's a huge identity issue, especially if they've already placed them in here and they have all these cognitive distortions. All of a sudden, this is deemed as wrong. This does not fit. Yeah, they're not going to accept it. It doesn't fit their schema. It doesn't fit their worldview as to what they think. Over a period of time, maybe in the future, they'll start to slowly let their guard down and see that, like, the mistakes that they're doing. But at this point in time, it's probably going to sour this relationship even further than it is. They don't feel like they don't even know her if she's... Yeah. Yeah. No longer have anywhere to go. Yep.
Just never saw him again. I thought I got along better with Mom, but after he was gone, she changed. When I showed weakness, I was less of a man than him. When I lashed out, I was just as bad as him. It was confusing. It was like she missed him, but also hated him. And I became the target of all that. One stupid day, I was just kind of fed up with it. I told her something I regret telling her. Something deep and personal that I thought would get her off my back. But she laughed at me. Then she...
Knight, what other reading do you get off of this? The funny one, because for me it's like sharing something deep and personal and then getting laughed at. Oof. Yeah. And then, you know, all of a sudden all the anger and stuff coming on through, that'd mess anyone up. No, I'm just curious, right? Like, because I'm looking at this and it's like thinking that
I was just kind of fed up with it. I told her something I regret telling her. Something deep and personal that I thought would get her off my back. But she laughed at me. Then she went off on me, and it didn't stop. Personal, degrading insults that felt like it went on forever. And despite all that, the thing that bothered me most was, at the end of all of it, she hugged me. I didn't know what to do, so I panicked and I pushed her off me with all the force I could. She fell backwards, and she didn't get up.
Oh.
I didn't know if she was just trying to make me feel bad, or I never found out the answer. I just ran as far away from it as I could. Whatever I did to her, I'll never know.
So Jax doesn't even know if she's alive or dead. Jax just knows that, like, they pushed them. Yeah, that they pushed their mom and that they didn't get up. And in that same way, they're pushing everyone away. In that same aspect, when people get too close, you know, when people go in and hug, when people, you know, their reaction is to push others away. Emotionally, physically, whatever that might be, because ultimately they might just end up laughing at it. Ultimately, they might end up, you know, making fun of her in some capacity. Yeah, Jax from fighting in someone and the person possibly died. They don't fully know, right? That's the main element, is they don't know what happened when he pushed Pomni. Yeah.
I guess there's a lot of things I regret about that day.
Why was the hug the breaking point? Because do you feel like that hug is authentic? Would you feel like that hug is authentic when someone laughs at you and starts degrading you and starts insulting you and then comes through and hugs you? Yeah. Yeah. So in that period of time, that was probably Jax trying to protect themselves, right? Like they couldn't take it anymore. And for a lot of you that have had parents that are manipulators, how many of you have ever been love bombed like that? Or maybe they tell you the worst possible things, and then next thing you know, they're trying to hug you, and they're trying to go ahead and buy you stuff, and try to get you to cheer up and feel good, and then they come through again, and the cycle continues. And it could have been that as well, right? It could absolutely have been that as well. This whole scene gave me such a yeah. Yeah, this hurts. After she made me really upset to prove that she was a good mom, yeah. They expect a hug back and get mad when you don't, yeah. This hurts, man. This is a this is a lot to take in for an episode. My goodness. Oh man.
I'm sure she's fine.
Oh.
I mean, if the police never came after you, then she was probably fine.
Yeah.
I'm...
That was too much for Jax to share. And I think Jax was right. That was a lot for them to share. In fact, like that instant realization, I know the mask and everything, they're pulling away instantly. But let's talk about that. Where would you have pumped the brakes, chat? If you had a friend that was opening up like this in this regard? I've been hearing a lot of discussion. Yeah, now the door's coming, slamming. Yeah, it'll slam soon, trust me, especially in a relationship like this, right? If Ribbit manipulated Jackson to opening up, or I think Ribbit, and at times it happens where you ask something thinking that you're like, oh, it's gonna be a lot, right? But you don't expect how much it can hurt someone. Exactly, and Aquasil is hitting that right in the head. We all manipulate. Like it and or hate it, we're all manipulators. All of us. All of us. In some capacity, we all manipulate. Consciously or unconsciously. We all do it all day, every day. And in a situation like this, sometimes with their friends, we ask them, hey, what's wrong? Hey, what's wrong? Like, what's wrong, right? We sometimes do things because we expect for them to feel a little bit better afterwards, right? Now, is it with the intention to hurt Jax? No, not in any capacity, right? And ultimately, Jax chose to open up. That was a decision made from Jax as well, right? Ribbit probably couldn't have known that this is probably going to hurt Jax and is going to cause that door to come slamming down at some point in time, right? For me personally, I think I would have been like, hey, you know what? Like, thank you for opening up. As soon as it was done with the aspect of dad, right? And then maybe if they want to start opening up about mom slowly, that could be left at a conversation to come, But again, no one has that training. No one has a professional psychology therapist training to be able to go ahead and do things, right? And Ribbit didn't want to interrupt that, especially if you're there with a friend. It's pretty hard to set up like, hey, know where that appropriate boundary is with the friend, But I highlight this because here, we'll talk about negative manipulation. Manipulation in general is to try and get someone to do something or open up or just try and chatting, right? This is negative forms of manipulation. And unfortunately, guess what? A lot of us do this as well. Whenever we look at like negative or positive or just different forms of manipulation, this is what you have to keep in mind, right? Everyone does this in some capacity, and we do it as either a form to protect ourselves or a form to hurt others, unfortunately, right? It always comes down to it, right? Is we're trying to protect an aspect of ourselves or an aspect of others that we try to hold dear. So we move goalposts, we generalize, we change the subject, we gaslight, we become passive aggressive, we lie, deny, we target insecurities, we ignore, we conspire, we evoke fear, we stereotype, we emotionally abuse others. Emotional manipulation is one of the clearest signs that something is there. But I think with Ribbit, they just wanted information. They just straight up asked, right? And in this aspect, Jax felt comfortable enough to open up they did, right? To a point where, again, I have a feeling we're going to see this. But I don't know how to start. Yep.
I guess there's a lot of things I regret about that day.
I'm sure she's fine.
Oh.
I mean, if the police never came after you, then she was probably fine.
I'm sorry. I definitely overshared.
Looking at their hand.
Wait. I'm glad you trust me.
Oh.
Shit. This is embarrassing.
Oh. 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 Yeah. Yeah. Oh. I mean, Ribbit even Ribbit, taking off an aspect of her, right, of her character and putting it on Jax as like a form to also like symbolize their friendship, right, but also understanding Jax's story and understanding sort of what Jax was meaning in their story. If you piece it together, right, because that bow could have gone anywhere else. That bow could have been given to Jackson in their hands. It could have gone anywhere else, but putting it on their head really showcases that she knew what Jax meant by their story. It looks like it matches the overalls. Yeah. Yeah, and she knew, yeah.
Your secret's safe with me.
Oh. Oh, and even with that, yeah. Hey, in there. Kaufmo with the worst timing. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, my heart. Oh. Hey.
Yeah. I mean...
And the first thing Jax does is throw it away to try and hide. The first thing Jax does is try and renounce it. The first thing Jax does is try and appear more manly again. Slam it on the floor. My fear with this is the following. Yeah, fight or flight instantly, right? Because hey, Kaufmo out here, a guy trying to go ahead and find my bro Jax, right? Even though I'm pretty sure Kaufman wouldn't care for the most part. From what he seems like a cool dude, right? But that door is shutting tight. Here's what I fear from this. When you share secrets like this and you really want to connect with someone, that and a door is slamming shut because of fight or flight, isolation. I fear that either Jax or Ribbit might start to isolate themselves or one another, or try and manipulate one another to try and stay isolated in some capacity. Because when we hurt people. And when we slam shut due to a vulnerability, we try and keep our secrets as far away and as safe as we possibly can. Yeah, exactly. There are building walls so tall right now that it's going to be very difficult to look over. It's going to be very difficult to fully understand that. I hope that this highlights it for y'all in this perspective, and it makes you understand that, like, looking at this and looking at how quickly, I feel like if maybe Jax had a couple more minutes to fully embrace this, if Jax had a couple more minutes, maybe even to fully come into terms with this and center and ground themselves, they would feel a lot more comfortable. But the fact that, like, it was almost instant that the interruption came, did it allow for this to set in their brain? Or did it feel like, hey, you know what? It was interrupted again. That's a question, chat. Do you think that this allowed? Yeah, for me, it feels as though, like, you know, even the moment where they finally might start to come to terms or might start to feel themselves, life comes knocking again. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Oh my goodness.
Hey.
Yeah? I mean, now's not a good time. Or now's fine. What do you want?
They don't even know how to respond. Jax is fumbling.
If now's a bad time, I can come back later.
That would be cool. Good. All right. So, if you ever tell anyone about this, I'm never speaking to you again.
And there is that power and control. And there is that power and control. And there is that aspect that will probably lead to Ribbit maybe even like not talking to pretty much anyone anymore. Because anytime that they do speak to someone, guess what? Jax is probably going to start freaking out that they're sharing their secret. You thought that you built a deep connection with that, but that those are words that hurt. I was ripping your hair in the cinema, were you? Yeah, Jax is watching and paranoid. But with that, you know, I think it is why I highlight this is a defense mechanism that Jax has, and this is why we can't infantilize characters. Because ultimately, a lot of these characters are written to represent an aspect of reality. My goodness, the walls are going to be so high.
Sound good?
Yeah, I won't.
Awesome, bye.
Oh.
Why am I such an idiot? Why am I such an idiot? Why am I such an idiot?
Hey, Jax. Look, about...
Such an idiot. Why am I such an idiot?
This is one of the big ones that I wanted to talk about it, right? And it's probably going to keep getting worse because of that spiral, right? Again, that schema, the identity aspects of things. You thought that you are this way because of these reasons, because no one has loved you when you've shared otherwise, because 101 things, and now that's being threatened. The spiral is going to be like, in Jackson's own perspective, right? It's going to keep getting worse.
Hey, Jax. Look, about yesterday. I'm sorry if I pried too hard or made you feel uncomfortable.
What?
Or...
What are you talking about?
Oh,
you mean... you know none of that was real, right?
And the mask goes up. Because sometimes it's a lot funnier if you can go ahead and say everything is a lie. You know, it's a lot, you know, yeah, it's a lot. This is where the masking really starts coming in, right? And the probably manipulation will start coming in from this as well. Again, sometimes we do this to try and protect ourselves.
What, that corny backstory out of a Hallmark movie? Nah, really got you, though. I'm gonna go.
Well,
okay.
Hey, wanna team up?
Nah, I'm teaming up with Kaufmo. Maybe next time, though.
Look at Ribbit. Ribbit is...
I'm gonna go.
He's bottling...
Okay.
Hey, wanna team up?
Nah, I'm teaming up with Kaufmo. Maybe next time, though.
They are hurt. They are hurt. Now excluding her, right? Excluding them from activities, trying to go ahead and isolate yourself whenever they come around. Like... Yeah. Yeah.
I actually heard they're supposed to look like that.
No one
Hey,
laughing?
you want to team up?
Nah, I'm with Kaufmo.
Okay.
Is Jax gonna be the reason why maybe they start abstracting? In a big way, again, hurt people, and you start isolating, and you start excluding, and all of a sudden this place that they called a home is no longer a home. They no longer feel comfortable going around. They no longer have, yeah, from the literal heartbreak. Well, from like, because you thought that you were building up this secure attachment with someone, and then they reject it. Like how, and they can never leave. Sounds like hell. Yeah, absolutely. It sounds horrible. Especially, yeah. There's no more safe space. I love Kaufmo. He's so silly and he doesn't notice anything. And it probably is going to be too late by the time that they do notice, right? The withdrawal, all of these elements, right?
What's up with Ribbit lately?
I have no idea.
Look at the body language. Just wanting some sort of approval, some sort of connection. Like at this point in time, it's just like staring into like an aspect of like, hey, are we even friends? Like, what is even going? Like, look at oh, Ribbit. Oh. And by the way, a lot of kids, a lot of us do this, right? We grab onto one of our body parts for some sort of comfort. Because maybe that's the only form of comfort that we're getting lately. What could Ribbit even do in a situation like this? Honestly, like one of the bigger things would be like have the support network of others to help you in that regard. Only instances because at the moment, you know, at times we can become hyper fixated with the individual that we were trying to attach to. So yeah, sometimes it's just about like going to others, give them space and connect with other individuals out there, you know, and it hurts. It hurts. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy because yeah. Sometimes we take that rejection to like, you know, and again, sometimes it might be because of them, because they're going through stuff, because their ego, because of whatever might be going on in that regard. But sometimes we personalize that as though we're the issue, we're the mistake. We like, you know, we don't even have an idea how long this has been going on.
I'm gonna hang out in the cafe.
Oh.
Okay. Why are you?
It went from one hand to now both, chat. It went from one hand to now both. Oh. I know, and her expressions, like, oh.
Telling me this?
I don't know. Hey, Jax, can we talk?
What is there for us to possibly talk about?
I don't know, just whatever I did, whatever's going on between us, can we just stop this? I miss talking to you.
We're here. We're talking. What else do you want from me?
I just want to be friends again.
What? So you can pry into my personal life and hold it over my head?
Again, that's an insecurity, right? This is Jax's cognitive distortions talking. It's that fight or flight mechanism, flight, freeze, fawn, flop, everything going on for Jax. Like, you know, this is, you know, you're going to use it over me. You're going to hold it over me. You're going to hurt me, you know, and that's not the case at all. That might not be the case at all, right? Even if it isn't. Yeah.
Is that really what you think?
Yeah.
This can't be what you want.
What? Because you know me so well. Because we're such super close best friends. So we know everything about each other.
We were great friends, and I'm sorry if you're crying, but I don't want this one stupid mistake to be the thing that ends all of this.
Why are you still fixated on that night? Nothing happened. You keep reading into things when there's nothing there. You're the one using me. You're manipulating me.
Yeah, projection.
I'm sorry. I'll leave you alone.
Hey, if Ribbit ever says anything about me, just know it's not true.
What?
Hey, Ragatha, what was that movie you were talking about earlier?
Huh?
Go! Why are you still fixated on that night? Nothing happened! You keep reading into things when there's nothing there! You're the one using me! You're manipulating me and
I'm sorry.
Again, people don't just come up with this out of nowhere. A lot of people's learned defense mechanisms come from what you learn from your parents and what you've learned from school and, friends around you. It's learned behaviors. So Jax saying this, it does highlight it for me as well. Did mom used to say that, like, Jax's behavior was to manipulate or shake them or, whatever out, like, again, projection at its finest and at times like this, right? Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. That's why I'm like,
I'll leave you alone.
So with this, if you're ever going through this with a friend, you want me to know what I'm going to say? Talk about it. Talk about it. Don't just talk about it with that friend. Talk about it with yourself. Talk about it with a loved one. Talk about it. One of the ways that we heal is through talking. Straight up. Keep a journal, or if you have your phone, literally do a voice diary of what your day is going through. Hear yourself. Here's a story that you're telling yourself, right? And over a period of time, you might start finding out, like, hey, that story actually didn't go that way. Maybe it was more like this. You start healing by talking. So talk about it. Talk about what is going on, what is happening. Because if you repress that, right? Like, for example, in this conversation, if no one else is really there to hear you out or be able to go ahead and, like, let you vent out that frustration, you repress that, and that can turn into more and more, like, emotional instability. Exactly. It can absolutely help. Just going through and ranting to yourself or venting or whatever that may be, it absolutely helps, Jack should have realized that Ribbit never told anyone, but the anxiety blocked that. Yeah, I talk to myself all the time. Good, Aku. And that's the main regard. If you have doggos or you have animals, talk to your dogs, talk to your cats, use them. It's super important that people have the ability to do that, to process out their feelings and vent. To be able to go ahead and let their feelings, like, be grounded. Otherwise, if you keep it in your head, guess what? You might keep building up those emotions until a point where it ends up hurting you. Anyway, I say this as a safety.
Hey, if Ribbit ever says anything about me, just know it's not true.
What?
Oh, don't worry. We're nowhere near there, so we're fine.
What?
Hey, Ragatha, what was that movie you were talking about earlier?
Huh? Wait, when was I... Oh, you mean yesterday?
Exclusion.
Talking about earlier.
Huh?
Not true.
What?
And look at Ribbit. Their eyes don't even seem to have a lot of life anymore. They're being excluded. It really starts turning into a hopeless situation here, where your safe space might no longer be safe. And ignoring is one of those emotional manipulation tactics. It is. It really is. Ostracizing, yeah.
Hey, Ragatha, what was that movie you were talking about earlier?
Huh? Wait, when was I... Oh, you mean yesterday? Hey, Jax, have you seen Ribbit at all today?
Yeah. Hurt people hurt people. Hurt people, chat. And I know people might want to go ahead and paint Jax a villain, you know, for all of this. I hate to put it this way. This all comes from behaviors. This all comes from behaviors. I keep stating this, right? We're all not like innocent little creatures with the angel wings and, you know, perfect in every single way, shape, or form. No. Our environment, what we've gone through, our traumas, everything starts affecting the way that we interact with the world. And at times it causes, you know, not good decisions, not good behaviors and elements to come out here, you know. I'd be so depressed. Yeah. Well, and this is why I say always check in with your friends. You know, you never know. Like your call, your text, whatnot could save a life in this instance. But for Ribbit here, you know, let's put it this way. Was anyone else checking in on her? During this period of time that you start to see a mental decline, social engagement of everything taking a decline, was anybody else checking in on her actively? Or were they just like, it's adventure time and yeah. Yeah. What about what about Kaufman? What about the others? That's why this is why you check in on your friends. Yeah. All we really saw was her relationship with Jackson Kaufman. She didn't look to have much else. Yep. That's a ooh.
Hey, look, we were friends, but I know you two were especially close.
Oh.
Just, if you need anyone to talk to.
Do I look like I need someone to talk to?
Oh no. Now he's gonna start pushing Kaufmo away, isn't he? Like, now Jax is straight up gonna start pushing Kaufmo away. Oh no. Yeah, it's a cycle. It's a cycle. The mask is fully on now because it's easier than being in your feels. Because being in your feels is having to admit, you know, that night happened. And if that night happened, then you know that, like, you know, yeah, it just, ooh. So it's better for Jax to start distancing himself, right? And if they distance themselves in this capacity, yeah, hurt to avoid being hurt.
Just don't be afraid to reach out to me.
Oh.
I promise.
Huh?
What?
Don't be afraid to reach out to me.
Is this... Oh. What else must have been, like, construed inside of this, though? Because from this, we also have kind of Ragatha urging Pomni and others to not get close to Jax. Did Ragatha piece it together that maybe Ribbit abstracted because of Jax? Hence why Ragatha has an overprotective nature. Yeah. That look that of... well, that, and then if someone tells you not to bring someone up again, it raise suspicions, right? Yeah, saw Jax excluding Ribbit, all of that stuff. Oh,
I promise.
Huh?
wait, why did... Why did Gangle come through like this? Wait a minute. Why is Gangle's legs spread open like that? Wait. A new player has just appeared. No, I'm just saying, like that's such a wild way to come into this world. Here comes the punchman. And when she entered, she's like, crab mode. She thought it was a different type of VR game. What the fuck?
What?
How about we call her Gangle? That sounds about as pathetic as she looks.
Oh.
Great choice, Gangle. I'll be sure to add that right into the system.
Oh no. Oh no.
Great choice, Gangle. I'll be sure to add that right into the system.
Oh no. Oh. Oh, the way they look at, yeah.
Out of the way, Rags.
Oh.
Look, I know we don't get along, but I think I might have found a way out of here.
Have fun being crazy.
And I should just play along until I wake up, right?
Have fun being crazy. Literally, Jax became the whole reason why this was no longer a safe space. Jax became one of the fundamental reasons why this was no longer a safe space. Because hurt people, and he'd rather hurt others before others are able to hurt him. Before others start seeing that aspect of him. You know. So, well, no, people abstracted before Jax. Absolutely, that was already a concept. But one of the big things in here was Jax a direct correlation for them to start at that abstraction process even faster or further? I would say so. Absolutely. Like a decent place to hang out before the spiral, at least. Yep. You know, because again, isolating in nature, not having that support network, no longer feeling like it's a safe space. It's still by actions, Melody, and I think that's a big thing, and that's why we're saying, right? Like, you know, hurt people, but at the same time, you have to understand that like Jax is still a root cause for why a lot of one of the main contributors for why a lot of individuals started abstracting quicker due to them protecting their own self. Right, in the process, they ended up hurting everyone else. I still wonder why they don't seem to have been connected with Kinger, though. They have personal issues as well. Yeah, but Jax is one of the key motivators that kind of ended up perpetuating it. Imagine going to someone, right? There's also Kane and his adventures, yes. But imagine going to someone that you thought you connected with as a friend, and next thing you know, that relationship is cut, and now you don't really have a space. The two individuals that abstracted, right, were kind of being isolated, kind of being called crazy, you know, kind of being pushed in that manner, you know. Kinger's a dad, probably why Jax didn't know how to connect, because of his own strained relationship with his father, probably. So that's what I'm saying is when it comes specifically to Ribbit and Kaufmo, right? Those are two individuals that they connected with them in some capacity, which started slowly leading towards this aspect of abstraction is you no longer have the ability to connect with others. Your own personal issues are being highlighted. You're now being hurt consistently or no longer cared for inside of the circus. You know, we keep highlighting all of these things, and it just keeps leading towards an avenue of like, there's a lot of instigating factors, but Jax is definitely one of the leading factors inside of that. Yeah, Kane doesn't help as well. Yeah, Kane doesn't help, and he refuses to listen. So it just adds on to it. So that's huge. That is huge. But that's what I'm saying is I ultimately I prefer it go down this route than infantilize Jax. You know, I'd much rather see somebody that is hurt, somebody that is broken, somebody that is, you know, in the process of being vulnerable ends up like, you know, showcasing a harsh reality of a lot of individuals out there, than all of a sudden someone just absolutely being on angel wings the entire time, right? Why do people act like? I mean, that's a him question. You know, Jax has to process that on their own ultimately, and decide if they do, if they want a path, like, you know, a path towards redemption of self. At the end of the day, sometimes forgiveness has to start with you, right? And the process of change has to start with you as the individual, because the other people, like, you know, on someone who is not stable themselves is kind of the fault of the person as well. It can be, but again, Darble, this is what you're saying, and this is what a lot of you are saying. Oh, green? Fuck it. It's their issues. It's not. Friendship is one of the leading factors of love and belonging. If you don't have that in your hierarchy of needs, you're going to be in the red and yellow. Hate to put it this way, but if you've opened up and you considered yourself a close friend with someone and you're being vulnerable and this is shattered, you're probably going to be consistently in the red and yellow. If you're in the red and yellow consistently, now you're insecure, you're having identity issues. If people are no longer including you in stuff and people are calling you crazy and all of this stuff, then it's going to lead towards you potentially having some mental health difficulties. And that's why I keep saying is there's no black or white. It's a lot of gray. You know, it's a lot of gray inside of that. But again, was Jax one of the contributing factors to this? Yes. He was isolating Ribbit. That's plain and simple on that factor. Knowingly or unknowingly, because again, it's a defense mechanism, right? Now, do you hold that over their head? No, right? Because ultimately, again, this is number one, fiction. But number two, this very much paints a reality of what a lot of people go through. And a lot of people don't know that they're actively hurting and ignoring a lot of other individuals, you know? Everyone's going through their own mental health journey, but it doesn't make it better when you have other individuals being excluding you or ignoring you or whatever that may be going. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. But it's a huge factor. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, I look at Jackson, it's like, yeah, they're a flawed individual. Like, but it still makes sense. Yeah, but that's the thing, Remy, is if you're already asocial, guess what? It's going to be a lot more difficult for these types of relationships or things to affect you, right? As opposed to if you're a kind of a social person or you think you found your niche, your circle of friends, and then that kind of gets ripped apart, that's going to hurt. Like, that's going to hurt. Mm-hmm.
Whatever you say, kid. You never know until it's too late. You're not looking too good. You gonna cry?
Oh. Oof. Oof.
Looking like this? I'd move on. And probably forget about you.
Yeah, their mask is... Oh, no. Yeah.
Hey.
Oh.
I didn't know you could play the piano.
I only know like 2 songs. Why are you here? You know everything now. So why are you here? Just to rub every mistake I've ever made in my face? I'm a terrible person. Is that what you want me to say? I already know I am.
Just the image, right? Their hands did this when, mom wouldn't get back up. Ran away thinking that, oh. And from that moment being defined as a horrible person for what you've done. Defining yourself as a horrible person. Wow.
I already know I am. So why does anybody still care about me? You're not supposed to care. Care.
Oh. Oh. These different versions. Oh. Just cycling through them.
You're not supposed to miss me. You're not supposed to love me. This isn't how this is supposed to go. Please. Leave me alone. You're making this so much harder.
Oh. Despite everything, it's still you. Despite everything, it's still you, Jax. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's yeah. Yeah, healing process, and it's a big trusting process, and finding yourself, right, and allowing others to see your imperfections as well, and that you recognize your mistakes as well. That's who. Oh,
you're making this so much harder.
By the way, the last lamp, I'm guessing, is the last shred of hope, or the last aspect of self that is still there. Oh. And it's pink too, yeah.
You should have just talked to me, man.
Oh.
It's too late. I did this to myself.
Self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's no coming back from this.
Then talk to me now.
Oh. Oh. For someone that's afraid of hugs, that what the hug means, and being touch and verse and everything. Oh. He makes the movement. Yeah, they make the movement to bridge the gap here. Oh.
I hate you. You know that? You always have to go and complicate things.
It's what I do.
I don't want to go.
Oh. Is it too much?
Stay with me.
Oh. And Isn't She Lovely starts to play. Oh, I don't want to go. Oh. Oh, my heart. Oh.
Oh, you weren't gonna try to take care of him all by yourself, were
Oh. 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 Yeah, they're there to support her. Oh.
I'm glad we weren't too late. Like you guys keep saying, we're all in this together.
You guys.
Oh. Oh. And Giggle can finally cry. Yeah. Oh, God.
Having a lot of complex thoughts. We're still human.
That's not the tragedy. Oh.
I hope it's enough to keep him contained.
He should be calm in there. Darkness is soothing to them.
He better be. You know how many burns I had to go through to get him in there.
How are you holding up?
Oh.
Doesn't it hurt? I've been through worse.
Thank you for doing this. All of you.
Hey.
Friends,
someone
right?
had to do something.
Honestly, Gooble or Gangle Zooble ship has long sailed a long time ago, which I absolutely love, right? But with this is Abstragedy, yeah, the Goober, yeah, which is fantastic. But even inside of this, right, the fact that we have this support network is great. Or Kinger, yeah. I thought you were deleted. Wait a minute. Hold on. You can't just appear out of nowhere. Wait. I thought you were deleted. Okay. What? Don't tell me that, like, instead of being deleted, they were just sent to, like, the delete folder. like what I do with my videos is sometimes I hit delete and it goes into my, like, delete bin. And it'll just stay there, and I'm like, do I have so much data in here? The recycling bin? Yeah, he was in the garbage can. Bro called out of the recycling bin. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Oh. Bubble? Huge. The aspect of hands comes back and the mirror as well, like a reflection in the void. Like that is, what a way to show self-reflection. What a cool way to show, like, again, your hands, your agents of change did this, but also the reflection onto yourself, right? There's no one else but you to blame on this one.
Was I truly that bad?
Is this really what I deserve?
They tried to delete me. They're in the wrong, right?
Right?
Did I ruin this? Again.
You know what's crazy about this is I've heard a lot, especially from my neurospicy friends, my friends on the spectrum, that at times, because of their hyperfixation to circumscribed interests, so like they really focus in on topics or whatnot, and sometimes their other friends think that they're a little too much to deal with, so they'll ignore them or exclude them to the point where, you know, that they feel like they're an issue or they're the issue in the group. Like, oh. I don't know if y'all have ever felt that way, but know that you're not. Like, you know that you, yeah. Kane is, you know, very much autism coded. Yeah, know that you're not an issue. You're not the problem in any capacity, you know, and just remember to be open and have communication, right? That's the really important aspect. Oh. Oh. Wow. Kane, we good? Oh. Neural scans obsolete. The bass was so loud in the theater. This is beautiful. This is amazing. But what I also like is like kind of seeing or thinking or like the thought process that went into understanding neural scans. And I'm actually very proud of our channel for like talking about neural, like connectomes and neural scans and fMRI and how the brain operates, and all of this is like, I'm very proud of each and every single one of you that were here throughout it all, you know, that we had the opportunity to talk about all of this before we got there, you know. Blue Street Cafe freeze. Yeah, that's... Is this a flashback? Because Kane not knowing how to use his powers is kind of weird. Like, is this the very beginning? Like, did it transition? Hold on. Did this transition from... Sorry, we're going to go back a little bit here. Right? From this, is this what I deserve? To kind of a dreamlike state that looks...
Right? Did I ruin this? Again.
Right? Can Kane even dream? To what I assume was how the red dot was in the beginning. Gathering information, gathering data. The light in his eyes. But the fact that, like, they're barely learning how to create stuff. Basic shapes. You know. Book it. Neural scans obsolete. Blue Street Cafe. Oh. Oh. Wait, but wasn't it showcased in one of the other, like, where, like, the red dot breaks free from the cage? Wasn't it showcased in that manner? Yeah, in episode 8. Ooh! Free Wi-Fi. Mike Dobby. So then this is a flashback. Wait, what? Hold on. Yeah, whose computer did he just hack? Oh, yeah, scratch his face on it. Flashback, flash forward? Oh, St. Louis, Missouri. Oh. Kane, is this modern day now? Did it go from the past to when you first found it and you were able to get, like, you know, brain scans or whatnot, to now being able to access Wi-Fi? Oh, they're likening his connection to his file to his current connection. Oh, yeah, my heart. Oh, because in a way, like, if the more that you know about someone, the more human they are, right? The more you can empathize with others.
I was irresponsible.
Yep. The more that you start,
I turned them against me. And for what? I could create intelligent beings that do whatever I want, but I can't create them.
Right.
After all, is their free will not what made them alluring in the first place?
But they hate me. They abandoned me.
They're from a world so much bigger than mine. I'm keeping them locked in a cage.
They had their fun out there.
Oh.
It's my turn now.
If I leave them unchecked, they could kill me.
Yeah.
They already did.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I did this to you, buddy.
Oh.
All this power we had together. But we just can't exist like this. I'll miss you. I really will.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, being able to let go and stuff like this, man. Oh. It breaks my heart a little bit because ultimately, I mean, we have to learn sometimes to let go of some of the elements in our past and ourselves that can affect us, right? If you love someone, set them free, especially if they no longer, you know, are happy and you're no longer happy, right? Exactly. And Kane apologizes like, oh. And I'm guessing that, like, that blue aspect was a part of what made Bubble, you know, there, right? So goodbye, Bubble. I'm assuming so. Oh, huge growth for Kane. Phenomenal growth for Kane. Like, that is important, and that is huge. Huge. Anyway, we're almost there, chat. I think ads are about to start any minute now. We're 3 hours plus into the second part. The only AI to see the internet and become a better person. Yes. No, absolutely. And I think that's sort of what's huge is we got to take Kane into consideration in all this, right? is we have to understand that for Kane, this is a huge step in understanding self and others, and in the process, admitting that you've done wrong is wild and you know, amazing and powerful in of themselves for them to be able to go out and do that. Yeah, self-reflection is huge.
Hi, Kane.
Oh, the moon.
I don't know if I'm ready to face them again. I don't know if I deserve to be forgiven.
It may take time, but all good things do. I still love you.
Oh.
You know, I never programmed you to say you loved me.
I know.
Oh. Oh.
Face them again. I don't know if I deserve to be forgiven.
It may take time.
Yeah.
But all good things do. I still love you.
You know, I never programmed you to say you loved me.
I know.
In a big way, do you think that this is Goose, like, in character saying goodbye to the franchise? You know, saying I love you to the franchise that, you know, they've created and saying goodbye? Yeah, that's... Because that's always a powerful self-insert. If you, like, you know, as a creator, you're able to go in and, you know, voice any final lines and get closure from something like this. Like, ooh. And how has, like, the community treated Goose? I think that's the big thing is, you know, what has Goose gone through for this to be their final words for, like, you know, or hopefully, you know, if this is their final words for everyone, right? Gone through a lot. Yeah. Goose is glad to be done. Yeah. Oh! I love Zubal's defensive posture. Zubal looks ready to throw hands. Like, look at Zubal. Zubal's going like ninja mode. Everyone else is like, oh my god, like here we go. It is time. Yeah, Zubal protecting Gangle. It is time to go. Yeah, to throw hands literally. The instant realization when Pomni got fixed. Yes. Yes. Oh wow. It's on site. It is on site.
I understand that you're afraid. And you have no reason to trust me after all I've done. But I've been doing a lot of thinking, and I want to give you control of this place.
That's a huge undertaking.
I've learned a lot about you and your world. I understand now that keeping you under my thumb just isn't right. I don't expect forgiveness, but I hope you'll at least accept my offer.
It's powerful to ask for forgiveness. I also think like if this was broken out into an episode of its own, it would have been like even more powerful of Kane coming to terms with themselves. Like, but I can definitely see why closure was needed. You know, in that regard, you know, like, and it's just a personal thing. In episode 10, all about Kane. Yeah. Yeah, and showcase like because it's a big journey to come through all of this, you know.
Kane, you really caused a lot of hell for us. It's gonna take some time to build up any kind of trust between us again.
Right?
But despite all that, it's good to have you back.
Oh, a sense of normalcy.
Did you need any help with?
No, not yet, anyway. We've worked something out.
Understandable. Oh, I've made something for you. Feel free to join me by the stage whenever you're ready.
Oh, yeah, coming from Zubul, that must mean a lot considering considering their relationship, right? And like now it's about like respecting boundaries, and now it's a little bit of like, hey, feel free to join me, right? Not necessarily demanding or expecting them. Yeah, now it's like whenever you're ready, right? Like you are people, you can make choices. Oh, this is probably gonna be so like good for them. Like in a big aspect, right? For them to come to terms and also get closure and be able to go ahead and make this their new home. Like get closure, see where they're at, you know, make themselves home, whatever that might be. Because seeing the projector already set up here, seeing the couch, oh.
No more secrets. No more mind games.
Is that the old YouTube button? Oh, I'm just playing. Whew.
Pomni, Abigail Brooks. She's still an accountant, but she seems to have opened up more.
Aww.
And is hanging out with new friends more often. She even has some of them in her videos with her, which she still posts on occasion. Ragatha, Susie J. Ackerman. She appears to have left her hometown, cut all communication with her mother, and has excelled in her career.
Nice.
She's made many friends, and it looks like she has a strong, genuine connection with them. She seems happy.
You made some sales since then. How well could you outshine the Whitaker? How's your experience? To my friends that have gotten me this far. I actually thought about that a lot since then. I think it's because I was such good friends with Henry and the Whitaker family. I wanted to do the most for them. I spent weeks relentlessly looking for buyers that fit their needs. Oh, buyer, actually. You only need one. And it made me realize that it's my friends that have gotten me this far, and it'll be my friends who help me go further. Now, whenever I meet a new client, whether they know me or not, I always treat them like we've been friends for years. They really appreciate having someone as listens and cares about them. Is that a secret? Seems like such a simple... Yeah, I believe it is. Oh...
Anne has excelled in her career.
For some reason,
career. She's made many friends, and it looks like she has a strong, genuine connection with them. She seems happy, like she understands who she is, and that she matters to people. Gangle. Zoe Raghavan. Despite her injuries, she's made a good recovery in the hospital. She quit her fast food job and has gotten a new job at a small design firm. She even began posting pages of her webcomic online. Zubul, Riley Vercellis. After hopping around with different jobs, they look like they've settled a bit. And
Zubul's bar? Zubul's bar?
opened their own bar. It seems to be a successful one. People all over the city come to it as a hip alternative
made the
destination
comic, yeah.
where they can feel like themselves, free of judgment. Kinger, Grant Best. He's still working in tech, and is still happily married to his wife, Destiny. They appear to have 2 daughters together.
Oh.
He looks like he's a good dad.
He is a dad. Guess who lost?
Jax. Leroy Mateo. After being unhoused for a few months, he was able to room with one of his close friends.
Oh.
He seems to have gotten a stable job and is able to pay rent. He and his friends go out every now and again. Weirdly enough, a spot they seem to frequent is Riley's bar.
That's aww. So much for the episode, you know, earlier where it's like, oh, the bar episode, this is where they end up going. This that's something, huh? Oh, my heart.
Is any of this actually real?
You definitely have it in you. Not sure about mine, though.
Well, maybe you've got more confidence than you thought.
I don't quite have the same power that I used to, but I can still make this place better for you. I'm keeping the worlds open, so you can do what you want when you feel like it. We're gonna be able to build this place into something better. For all of you. What do you say, Abigail?
With all that being said and done, Abby is out there, living her best life.
So you're Pomni, yeah.
And here, I'm just Pomni.
I think it's that acceptance that is huge. You know, the growth inside of that. Being able to notice that you are, like, you know, the same but different. Similar but different in some regards. That's what I think is huge. Oh. I know it's meant to be bittersweet, but for me it's so tragic. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like Theseus's ship, right? It's like, what is in this case, you know, how do you find identity in self, and how are you able to move past some of the issues that are being highlighted from that, right? And it's knowing that you're a complete and different individual altogether. They grew into different persons, and they're going to have different experiences. Oh. The apt tragedy. But that's so good. Oh, now they're... the wall of those that have gone. Oh, Jax included. Queenie, yeah. Gangle, are you turning Kane into an otaku here? Wait a minute. I know they're doing a D&D campaign. Next thing I can imagine is Gangle turning Kane into a full-on otaku. Make him one of us. Next thing you know, Kane's gonna be making, like, you know, Bungo Stray Dogs and, like, having anime watch parties using whatever Wi-Fi he can get. Yeah, and Kane isn't the DM anymore. She's feeding AI. She's feeding art to AI. Cancel Gangle. Oh. Oh. Hey, yo? Hey, yo? Ragatha? Hey, yo? Wait a minute. Ragatha, you... Hey, yo? I know that look. Oh, all of them are around in a dark area, like an aquarium. That's nice. That is nice. Oh. And they really started to become like a family. And they really do start to become like a family. And finally able to include one another and support one another. Oh. Kane at the table too. Now it's a round table. What a beautiful way to end the show. Yeah, the series ending how it started there is... Yeah. Damn, chat. Oh, and even more worlds that they were building onto it. Oh. Kinger being dad. Oh. Wait, is that the fish that we saw? Ed Kane? Oh, dad and son fishing. Oh, Kane still thinks about Bubble. Cooking with Kinger. Oh, God. You know, Kane. I guess, yeah, no, totally. They ate the fish. Is this a Deltarune reference? Ralsei as Ragatha here? And no, stop. Zubul and Susie the drummer? Pomni playing piano for... Oh. You thought that too, Bleak? Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, because Ragatha has the little horns. Yeah. And oh. Oh, Pomni learning piano. This is sweet. This is just absolutely adorable. Christmas. I'm guessing it's their D&D campaign come to life. Against DM Gangle. Hey, yo? Hey, yo, wait, hey. Well, I mean, he did give them, I guess, access. Yeah, they got the update. Oh, they got the update, 100%. Oh. Well, that was... Oh, is there more? Oh, is this supposed to be them in real life? Huh, for some reason I thought they'd be significantly older. Like, especially Ragatha and Kinger, being in real estate, being a dad. I thought that they would be significantly older in that one, yeah? Jax has a dysphoria hoodie. Is that what it's called? Grant's the only one that's like be past 40s, I think. Yeah. Yeah, especially for having two kids. Yeah, in their 20s, except for Kinger. He's actually older, but he looks really good for his age. Really good for their age. Oh. And that's the end. And they're off. And there we go, everyone. That was the grand finale of the amazing digital circus. Yeah, see you later, Space Cowboy, you know. That is absolutely amazing. Oh, wait, what? Hold on. Apparently we do have some post-episode
Hey there,
content
bud.
here. Hold on.
You doing all right?
Hold on. All right, first up.
Welcome to a very special circus announcement. It is with great pleasure that I can finally announce...
Is this gonna be the Fortnite thing?
What? Who told you that?
I don't know. I just feel like it makes sense. Right?
What?
Plus, it would explain why Jonesy has been
Oh,
here the last
God.
2 weeks.
Oh, I was wondering who that was.
Aren't I a little short for Fortnite?
Any more questions?
Have they brought back the shockwave hammers yet?
Why do you care? You're not going.
Oh, that's savage. Oh, that is savage. Why do you care? You're not going.
Oh.
Yeah, and Gangle played Fortnite.
Still hang out with me.
Oh, yeah, they need a pickaxe, too.
Oh no. No way. Justice for King Gold.
We need to abandon the idea of getting the victory royale.
That's awesome. That's pretty cool. Hold on. We're on to the next one here.
There, bud.
I didn't think they'd be in
You doing
Fortnite.
all right? You holding up after the finale? I've got something here that might cheer you up. With these incredible limited edition finale poster and hoodie. Get them as a gift for that one really obsessed digital circus friend you have, or just for yourself. You don't want to miss out on history, do ya? It's only available for 2 weeks, and once this offer's gone, that's it. It's done. Kaput. Finished. Finito. I'm sorry.
Merch that stabs you
Old
in the
habits.
heart. At least we have each other. Oh, that is pretty awesome.
I wanted to sincerely
Oh. I guess there's a couple.
thank all of you guys. This show is so special, and it has resonated with so many people one way or another.
Sure.
I just really wanted to thank all of you for allowing our little show to get this far.
Thank you so much for all of the support these past few years. It's been crazy getting to this point.
I have a huge amount of thanks to you guys. It was the closest any of us ever felt to being rock stars. I just want to say thanks for the memories.
A very, very big thank you to everyone for your love and your passion and your enthusiasm.
From the bottom of my heart. Thank you for having me. Thank you for going on this journey with us.
Oh, all the
That is
Ragatha
something I will carry
plushies.
with me for the rest of my life.
Thank you, Glitch. Thank you, Goose, for giving me this opportunity, and thank you To everyone watching this, I appreciate you all very much.
None of this could have happened without you guys. See ya.
Ooh. Damn. That's one way to say goodbye, right? Then from Goose, Jax, if she wasn't a huge piece of shit, I'm so glad I didn't make that moment in Ribbit's room weird and push them to suicide. I'm also glad Pomni fits so well in the friend group. She and Ribbit feel like they were destined to... Oh, wow. Wow. So, question for you. When Goose dropped this, did people freak out? Because I think a lot of people have been like hard set that like Jax is like, you know, a straight cis guy no matter what. Like, yes, understatement. Oh, wait. Some people tried to say that it was a joke. Refused to accept it. I personally think Goosework continues. Either is fine. It was just meant to be kind of subtle and vague, but I'm not really good at making things subtle. Yeah, there was enough context clues to be able to grab from it, you know, if you paid enough attention to it and, you know, understood sort of what is going on, you know. One of my dreams is to create a hateable character, have them develop until you kind of grow attached to them, then murder them brutally. Well, mission accomplished. Like, you made someone that was from 2016. Yeah, mission accomplished inside of that. Really did showcase it, you know. So that's absolutely well done. No, overall, I'm kind of surprised that, like, I'm not sure if it blew up on Twitter or how was it like during that time period, because I think coming out and showcasing like, hey, Jax's trans is such a huge like element or thing there, you know, on Blue Sky, but I'm pretty sure it blew up on Twitter as well if it was on Blue Sky, you know, because people will take it and run with it anywhere. That's huge. Because yeah, I was about to say, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of individuals that just love to hate anything that's slightly different. A lot of people deny it. Really?
Hey, Pomni, you weren't planning on
So he goes to Pomni?
abstracting anytime soon?
Oh.
No. No plans currently.
Okay, good. Cool.
Oh, he's so worried now. He's getting
The
nightmares. Oh,
abstraction
God.
Animinies. A thing that
Oh, God.
we're selling now. I mean, who wouldn't want the broken form of your favorite digital circus character? Everyone's here, like Zubul over there. Hey, Zubul. How you doing? Weather getting you down? Oh, Zubul, always a kidder, aren't ya? Oh, great. We even have the rare and ultra rare figures too, huh? That's great. Digital Circus merch is 15% off now until July 3rd. Get them all now and leave me here alone. Oh, wait, that's right. I still got me. Hello, me.
Oh, poor Kane. No, but what a way to showcase that, right? Like the fact that, hey, yo, hold on, glitch together no matter what. Is it me or does the Jax doesn't look as big? The definition of would you love me if I were a worm? My goodness. Oh. He shrunk in the washing machine. Melted into a little puddle, smooth. Oh. That's and to still love someone that, you know, even through whatever they're going through, that's huge. That is huge. Absolutely phenomenal. I do have to say, I think that this has been such an amazing ride to go through for the Amazing Digital Circus. For me, this has been a phenomenal series to go through, and I hope that you guys learned something or picked something up throughout our analysis and everything. You know, one of the big elements for me has always been to bring psychoeducational content to people and to say that this is something for all of you to be able to go ahead and like analyze and take apart and maybe apply into your own life in some capacity and learn a little something. So if this has helped you out in some any way, shape, and or form, I just want to say thank you. You know, thank you for being here. Thank you for choosing to watch this. And I hope that you continue to come through and join us for future anime and video games and whatever else is out there. This has been a phenomenal ride. It's been absolutely a fun show, a fun community to join, to be a part of. And make sure to subscribe. Join us. Comment if you guys like the full-on analysis and everything we've had to offer. And of course, I mean, whatever may come in the future, we'll definitely be here for it as well. Thank you all so much. I hope you enjoyed your stay, everyone. We did it. We finished it. Oh, that was absolutely golden. Absolutely phenomenal. Iluwa, thanks so much for the 100 bits. I want to say I'm happy I was able to be in the stream. I relate a lot to Kane, and his character also made me accept myself more. Oh, Iluwa, thank you. I'm so glad. Y'all are absolutely phenomenal. Arigato gozaimasu. Thank you all so, so much. Y'all are phenomenal. Remember to practice some self-care, everyone. Y'all are the best. Remember to practice some self-care. Y'all are amazing. And if you haven't heard it in a while, and you need to hear it, I am proud of each and every single one of you. No matter what you're going through in this life, you don't have to go through it alone. We do have, you know, the Discord is there available for each and every single one of you if you guys want to come and join and be a part of the community. And also, if you guys want to come through and vote, I am doing a subathon. In case you guys don't know, I'm in between jobs at the moment. I kind of stood up for the individuals that I believed in, especially for those of you guys that don't know, I worked very closely with the unhoused population, the homeless population, and helping them, you know, with my team of therapists, psychologists, and case managers. And I stood up for, hey, you know what? We have to find more resources, find more ethical and moral ways to help them out in whatever way, shape, or form that we can. And, you know, to some individuals, unfortunately, when all they think about is money, they don't like that, right? So I'm in between jobs, so if you guys want to come through and help out, as you know, throughout the subathon, or you know, help out, you know, as we keep going through more, and especially as we keep elevating and highlighting more and different amazing elements that we can showcase to others, it would mean the world. So come and join the community, be a part of it, and join us for the subathon. That would be phenomenal. Yeah. Subscribe, follow, and all that. With that being said, everyone, have a phenomenal night. I love you guys. Be safe. And hey, is it Friday yet? I don't know. Be safe, y'all. Bye.